The day dawned gray and grim over King's Landing, a soft colorless mist clinging to the spires and gables of the Red Keep, muffling the sounds of a city poised upon the knife edge of war and betrayal. The bells of Baelor's Sept tolled faintly through the fog, but few listened. In the shadowed corridors of the castle, whispers moved faster than couriers, and the eyes of lords and smallfolk alike were drawn northward to the riverlands and beyond, where wolves howled in defiance and fires still smoldered from 100 broken oaths. In the Tower of the Hand, Tyrion Lannister sat slumped at a broad table cluttered with parchment, goblets, and 3 half-melted candles guttering in the draught. Shadows writhed around him, leaping in the uncertain light. He rolled a piece of fine Myrish ink between 2 stubby fingers, gaze fixed upon the raven perched upon the stand by the window. The bird shifted, glossy feathers ruffling, as if sensing the storm that brewed within the room. There was a chill in the air, unseasonable for King's Landing, that found its way through stone and wool alike. Tyrion poured another measure of Arbor Red, the sour taste lingering upon his tongue. His mind raced faster than the wind sweeping through the city's alleys. "You look like death in a doublet," said Bronn, sprawling in a chair by the hearth, his boots upon a velvet stool. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you were about to face a gallows, not another council." Tyrion let the jape pass. "Perhaps you'll have your wish soon. My father's patience is a shallow river, and I have a talent for falling in." "You? Falling in? Never. You dive headfirst." Tyrion almost smiled. "Almost. The difference is moot if you're drowned either way." He set down the ink and reached for the parchment beside it, stained, creased, and marked with the broken seal of House Stark. The memory of the Boy King's sneer as he handed it to Tyrion still burned. Winterfell, Harrenhal, the Riverlands, ruined, burned, lost. Yet somewhere, the North endured, stubborn and silent as stone. "What's that?" Bronn peered, curiosity mingling with practiced indifference. "A letter. From a dead man to another." Tyrion's voice was quiet, the words carrying a weight Bronn could not hope to lift. "It is Robb Stark's reply to my father's latest peace terms. Terms that taste more like ashes and lies than any hope for peace." He slid the letter away. "They refuse. The North will never yield. Not to us, not now." Bronn shrugged. "So we burn a few more villages. Hang a few more wolves. The Starks are stubborn, but even stubborn men can be broken." Tyrion's eyes flicked up, sharp as a blade. "So said Aerys, and so said Tywin Lannister, and so say all of those who rule by fire and blood. Yet, the North is not the Riverlands, Bronn. Its bones run deep. Its memories run deeper." He stood, pushing the chair back with a screech. The candles trembled in their sockets, as if they too knew what was coming. A knock at the door. Soft and hesitant. Podrick poked his head in, cheeks flushed. "My lord." "The council gathers. Your father. He asked for you." Tyrion closed his eyes. He saw, in the darkness behind his lids, the golden lion of his house, jaws red and open wide, and the dire wolf of Stark, battered but unbowed, howling against the dying of the light. "Thank you, Pod." He pulled on his doublet, straightened the hand's pin upon his breast, and tucked the Stark letter into his sleeve. "Come, Bronn. Let us go and see what songs the day will sing for us." The council chamber reeked of scented oils and ambition. Tywin Lannister sat at the head of the long table, his face as unmoved as the wall. Cersei lounged beside him, lips pursed, eyes hard. Kevan, Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Baelish, Varys, and a sullen Joffrey completed the circle. The mood was colder than the day outside. Tyrion took his place at the far end, every eye upon him. He felt the weight of 1,000 secrets pressing in. The unspoken knowledge that today, everything would change. Tywin's gaze was iron. "You are late, Tyrion." "My apologies, father." Tyrion dipped his head. "I was gathering my courage and my wits. Both are required when sitting at this table." A flicker of annoyance passed over Tywin's face, quickly mastered. "This is not a day for jests. The North grows restless." Our men have not returned from Duskendale. Stark banners rise again in the Riverlands. Robb Stark has refused all our terms." He slammed a fist upon the table. "The North must be brought to heel. I have no intention of letting these wolves run wild any longer." Cersei's voice was poison. "Perhaps if you had left the boy in his cell, instead of sending him north as an olive branch, we would not have this trouble." "Your words are as empty as your heart, sister," Tyrion replied, his voice calm. "You wanted Sansa Stark as a hostage, not as a bride for Joffrey. Yet here we are, no hostages, no bride, and the North at war." Joffrey's eyes gleamed. "Let them starve, burn Winterfell, kill every last wolf." Varys laced his fingers together. "The small folk will not soon forget such cruelties, your grace. A crown bought in blood is oft paid for in kind." Tywin waved away the warning. "Enough. The North must bend the knee, or break." Tyrion watched them, their faces caught in candlelight, hungry for war, for glory, for vengeance. He thought of the letter in his sleeve, the words written in Robb Stark's clear, careful hand, a plea not for surrender, but for honor, for peace. He stood, slow and deliberate, drawing every gaze. "There is another way," he said, voice echoing in the stone chamber. "One that does not end in ashes and bones." Cersei's laugh was sharp. "You dream, brother." Tyrion ignored her. He drew the Stark letter from his sleeve and laid it upon the table, its broken seal bright as blood. Robb Stark's answer is not one of defiance, but of desperation. The North wants peace, but peace built on trust, not threats. Kevin Lannister frowned. "Trust is a coin in short supply." Tyrion nodded. "Which is why I propose a gesture, not of force, but of faith. Let us free the North." The words fell like stones in a pond. Silence, deep and shocked, rippled out. Tywin's eyes burned. Cersei recoiled as if struck. Joffrey spat. "Treason." Tyrion faced his father. "Let the North govern itself. Withdraw our banners. In return, we gain peace, trade, perhaps even alliance. We end a war that bleeds us dry for a land that will never be ours." Tywin's voice was as cold as steel. "You would give away half the realm, betray your house?" "I would end a war no one can win," Tyrion said. "A war you began for your pride and will finish with your death." Cersei rose, shrill and shaking. "He's mad. Mad as the Mad King." Tyrion looked at her, at them all. "Am I? Or do I merely see what you will not? The North will never kneel. Not to us. Not to any southern king. Kill 1,000 wolves, and 1,000 more will rise. Burn Winterfell, and the snows will swallow you whole. We rule ashes and ghosts, father. Is that what you want your legacy to be?" "You and Sheestamon." Tywin glared, lips white. "You forget yourself, boy." "No, father. I remember all too well. I remember Castamere. I remember the screams in the night. The North remembers too. Let it go before it destroys us all." For a heartbeat, all was still. Then Tywin stood. "You disgrace your house. You speak with the tongue of a traitor. Remove him." "Mendel." 2 gold cloaks stepped forward, hands on swords. Tyrion did not move. "You want to silence me, father? Do it before all these witnesses. Show them what honor means to House Lannister." Varys coughed, soft as silk. "Perhaps some calm is called for." Baelish smiled, thin and sly. "There may be wisdom in the dwarf's words, my lord. Peace is profitable. War is unpredictable." Kevin's eyes flicked between father and son, troubled. Tywin dismissed them all with a gesture. "Enough. This council is at an end. We will reconvene at dusk. Until then, Tyrion, you are confined to your chambers." "Ben yours." Tyrion dipped a mocking bow. "As you wish, father. But remember, words have a way of escaping even the thickest walls." He left the chamber, the Stark letter clutched in his fist, Bronn trailing behind like a shadow. That night, the city whispered. News of Tyrion's words, twisted and reshaped by 100 tongues, spread through the alleys and marketplaces. In taverns and brothels, men muttered of peace, of a hand who dared to defy the Lion of Casterly Rock. Some cursed his name, others praised it. The gold cloaks watched all, but could not stop the tide. Tyrion paced his chamber, candlelight flickering across his face. He thought of the north, of Winterfell standing alone in the snow, of Robb Stark's words, "We will not kneel, but we will not be broken." He thought of Tywin, his father's face as implacable as stone, and knew that the die was cast. A soft tap at the door. Bronn slipped inside, sword loose in its sheath. "There's talk in the city. Some say you've gone mad. Others say you're the only sane man left." Tyrion smiled, bleak and tired. If they only knew how little difference there is. Bronn poured 2 cups of wine. "What now?" "No." Tyrion drained the cup in one swallow. "Now, we make the truth louder than the lies." He sat, pen scratching across fresh parchment. His words were swift, sure, fire and blood and hope entwined. He wrote to the north, to the Riverlands, to Dorne and the Reach, to anyone who might listen. Peace is possible. The north must be free. House Lannister will no longer rule with the sword alone. Let us build a new realm, one not built on fear. He sealed each with the hand's sigil, the mocking lion, and called for ravens. Podrick looked afraid. "My lord, your father will kill you." Tyrion laughed, the sound brittle as glass. "I have no illusions, Pod. But some things are worth dying for. The north will not kneel, but it may remember a Lannister who tried to set them free." Dawn came with smoke and thunder. Tywin Lannister moved faster than anyone had guessed. Before the sun fully rose, gold cloaks swept through the Tower of the Hand. Bronn was beaten and dragged away, blood in his mouth. Podrick fled, stumbling down narrow stairs. Tyrion, roused from uneasy sleep, found himself surrounded. Swords drawn, no mercy in their eyes. He was hauled before Tywin, chained, his mouth bitter with old wine and older fear. The throne room was empty but for the king, the queen, and a scattering of silent lords. Tywin's voice was low, each word a blow. "You who have conspired with the enemies of the crown. You have sought to betray your house, your king, and your blood." Tyrion stood tall as he could. "I sought only peace. You call it treason. I call it wisdom." Joffrey sneered. "Shall I have his head, grandfather?" Cersei's eyes were bright with triumph. "Let it be done. He has always been a stain upon our house." But Tywin hesitated. For a long, cold moment, the only sound was the crackle of the torches. Then, with a wave, he dismissed the gold cloaks. "Leave us," Tywin commanded. When the last echo faded, father and son stood alone. "Why, Tyrion?" Tywin's voice was softer now, but no less dangerous. "Why shame me?" "Because you are wrong," Tyrion said. "Because the world you built upon blood and fear is crumbling. Because the North will never kneel, and every man you kill only sows more seeds for your grave. Let them go, father, or lose everything." Denounced. Tywin's face twisted, old pain and older pride warring within. "You are no son of mine." Tyrion bowed. "I have long suspected as much." Tywin turned away, his voice little more than a whisper. "Go, leave this place. If I see you again, I will kill you myself." Tyrion did not look back. He left the throne room, the castle, the city, slipping away in the gray dawn, a single man against the storm. News spread like wildfire through the realm. The hand of the king had denounced his father, called for the North's freedom, and vanished into the night. Some called him traitor, others hero. In the north, the lords gathered at Winterfell, reading Tyrion's words by firelight, their faces grim and wondering. Robb Stark, king in the north, sat at the high table. The letter from Tyrion Lannister lay before him, the seal unbroken. His bannermen argued, voices rising, some urging vengeance, others caution. Robb broke the seal and read, eyes narrowing as he took in every word. "He would free the North," said Lady Mormont, her voice hard. "Or so he says." "He is a Lannister," said Lord Bolton, voice oiled and cold. "Never trust a lion." Robb said nothing, rereading the letter. Outside, snow fell, thick and silent. In the distance, a lone wolf howled. "Summon the ravens," Robb said at last. "Let us answer Tyrion Lannister. If he truly means peace, let him come to Winterfell. Let him look the north in the eye." Tyrion rode north, alone but not afraid. At his back, the fires of King's Landing burned, and before him, the endless white of winter awaited. He thought of all he had lost: father, sister, gold, power, and found, to his surprise, that he mourned none of it. He had made his choice. At the edge of the world, beneath the gray sky and the ancient trees, he found himself free. And somewhere, far to the north, the future began to change. Snow whipped across the King's Road in wild, snarling gusts, battering Tyrion as he pressed northward, beneath a sky choked with clouds. Each mile of mud and frozen slush seemed to bleed memory, dissolving the city's noise and gold and cruelty into bleak, sharp air. He hunched deeper into his furs, the wind's teeth gnawing at his exposed skin, and tried not to dwell on the ache in his knees or the dull, lingering pain in his heart. He had known exile would be hard, but not how quickly the world would seem to shrink to the horizon and the horse beneath him. The road was never silent. Sometimes far behind, hoofbeats echoed, a party of Lannister outriders perhaps, or bandits hoping for fat purses. He trusted in Bronn's sword and his own small wit, though Bronn was gone, likely nursing wounds and grudges in some smoky den of King's Landing. Tyrion wondered what had become of the sellsword. He wondered if he would see Bronn again, if he would see anyone who had mattered to him in the city of his birth. He paused to rest beneath a dying oak whose branches rattled like bones. A handful of small folk shuffled past, eyes downcast. A thin woman clutching her child, a one-armed man limping on a crutch. The small folk gave him wary glances, as if scenting danger or madness. Tyrion nodded, offered them a silver stag, but they passed on, mumbling thanks without meeting his eyes. A dwarf, traveling north alone in the heart of winter, was not a sight to inspire trust. He drank stale wine, gnawed a bit of bread, and watched the dusk fall in a haze of cold and silence. A day passed, then another. He saw the signs, ruined fields, burned cottages, the blackened stumps of what had once been villages. War's wounds ran deep. The north bled, but it bled stubbornly, clinging to life even in the ashes. He met no soldiers, but saw their work everywhere. On the 5th day, he arrived at a small inn where the sign was half hanging, battered by wind and rain. The innkeeper stared at him in disbelief, but gold opened doors. A fire, a bowl of stew, a bed of straw. Tyrion took them all, grateful for even this small comfort. By the fire sat a sallow-faced sellsword, watching him with open curiosity. The man's face was rough with old scars, his hands hard and broad, but his smile was easy. "You've the look of a man who's lost more than he's found," the sellsword said. Tyrion shrugged. "And you have the look of a man who's found more trouble than he's lost." The sellsword grinned. "Name's Hugo. I've followed lords, killed for coppers, run from more men than I have fought. What's a man like you doing on the King's Road? Alone?" "Nay." Tyrion stirred the fire. "Looking for peace, I suppose, or the next war." "Peace," Hugo laughed. "You'll not find it in the north, not now." "Perhaps not," Tyrion admitted. "But perhaps a start." The sellsword cocked his head. "You heading for Winterfell?" "I am." Hugo spat into the fire. "You're mad then. There's talk the young wolf's got no love for Lannisters, or for strangers." Tyrion sipped his wine, unbothered. "Then it is good I am neither, at least in my own mind." "And you? Are you heading north?" Hugo shrugged. "There's no coin left in the south. Might be work for a strong arm in Winterfell, if they'll have me." They sat in silence. The wind howled outside, rattling the shutters, and Tyrion wondered how many men like Hugo would gather in the shadows of Winterfell now. Men with little to lose and less to fear. He felt a strange kinship with them. The next morning, He found Hugo waiting by the stable, a battered sword at his hip. "You'll need company," the sellsword said. "The road's not safe." Tyrion almost smiled. "A wise man once told me, never travel alone if you can afford otherwise." They rode north together, the miles falling behind them like dead leaves. At night, Hugo told stories of a life spent in shadows, of lords and ladies who had used him and discarded him, of battles and betrayals. Tyrion listened, remembering his own life of masks and games, and felt the cold begin to thaw within him. On the 7th day, they passed through a ruined hamlet where a lone old woman huddled by a heap of blackened stones. Hugo gave her bread. Tyrion gave her a silver stag. The woman wept, clutching their hands, and blessed them in the old tongue. "The North remembers," she whispered. Tyrion felt the words settle deep in his bones. By the 14th day, the world had become a vast, endless white. Snow fell thick and soft, muffling the road, cloaking the trees, turning the land to a dreamscape. Winterfell appeared at last through the swirling snow, a dark mass against the horizon, its towers crowned in frost, smoke rising from its many chimneys. At the gates, they were met by a ring of grim, wary men in heavy cloaks. The direwolf banner flew high and proud. A woman stepped forward, gray-eyed, severe, her hair pulled back in a tight braid. "Who comes?" she demanded. Tyrion bowed as best he could from the saddle. "Tyrion Lannister, former hand of the king. I come at the invitation of your king." Murmurs passed through the guards. The woman's gaze was icy, appraising. The invitation was for peace, not for Lannister tricks. "I bring no tricks, my lady," Tyrion said. "Only words." Hugo dismounted, hands raised. "I'm no Lannister, just a sword for hire. If you'd rather I go." She waved him silent. "You'll both be searched, then you'll be watched. Follow me." Winterfell's gates yawned open, swallowing them whole. The walls seemed to lean in, ancient and vast, their weight pressing down with the cold. Inside, the castle bustled with life. Servants and soldiers, smiths and cooks, all moving with purpose. The North was wounded, but it endured. They were led to a solar lit by flickering torches, where Robb Stark awaited them. Robb had changed since Tyrion last saw him. The boy was gone. In his place stood a young man with a king's bearing, broad-shouldered, his jaw set, gray eyes hard as the stones of his castle. Beside him sat Lady Catelyn, her face gaunt with worry, but her gaze fierce and protective. "Tyrion Lannister," Robb said. "You have the North's attention. Choose your next words with care." Tyrion bowed, aware of a dozen swords ringing the room. "Your Grace, my thanks for your hospitality. I come with no army, no banners, only hope." Catelyn's lips twisted. "Hope? From a Lannister?" Tyrion spread his hands. "Once, perhaps, that would have been a jest. But I am no longer the hand, nor my father's creature. I come as myself, and as a man who would see peace." Robb leaned forward, his knuckles white on the table. "Speak then." Tyrion drew the letter from his sleeve, laying it upon the table. "You have seen my words. Now hear them from my own mouth. King's Landing will never conquer the North, not truly. My father knows it. Even the boy king knows it. Yet pride blinds them, and blood calls for blood." Robb's eyes narrowed. "And what would you have us do? Lay down our swords? March south and kneel at Joffrey's feet?" "Betty." Tyrion shook his head. "No, never that. I have called openly for your freedom, for the North to rule itself. Let the Lannisters hold the South, and the Starks the North. Let there be peace between our realms." Catelyn's voice was cold. "And what price do you ask for this?" "Peace. No price. Only this, that the killing stops, that the rivers run clean again, that the small folk may bury their dead and plant their fields, that we remember we are men, not monsters." A hush fell over the room. The flicker of torches threw great shadows across the walls. Robb looked to his mother, then back to Tyrion. "You would betray your father? Your house?" "I have already done so," Tyrion said. "There is no going back." Tywin Lannister has cast me out. I am a traitor in his eyes. Yet I would rather be a traitor to a cruel man than to the cause of peace. Lady Mormont stepped forward. What proof do we have this is not some scheme? Tyrion smiled, tired. Non die. Trust is a sword with two edges. But I am here, unarmed, with no hope of rescue if you choose to call me liar. Robb rose, circling the table, studying Tyrion. And what if we refuse? What if we send your head back to your father? Tyrion looked him in the eye. Then you will have my blood on your hands, and my father will have a reason to send his armies north until the snows run red. For a long moment, Robb said nothing. Catelyn spoke quietly, almost gently. What would you have us do, Lord Tyrion? Tyrion exhaled. Call a council. Invite the lords of the north, the riverlands, even the Vale if you wish it. Invite any southern lords who would speak for peace. Let us set down our swords, even for a day, and speak as men. Eli. Lady Mormont frowned. Talk will not return the dead. No, Tyrion admitted. But it may spare the living. Robb nodded, slowly. You will remain our guest, guarded but unharmed. We will see if your words mean more than your gold. Tyrion bowed again, relief mingling with exhaustion. Thank you, Your Grace. I promise you, if you offer your hand, I will meet it with mine. Days passed in Winterfell's cold embrace. Tyrion was given a chamber high in the old tower, not a cell, but not quite freedom either. He walked the battlements beneath the eyes of Stark guards, watched the wolves roam the godswood, and listened to the talk that crackled through the halls. Some called for his death. Others, weary of war, whispered that perhaps peace could be found even in the words of a lion. Hugo found work drilling men-at-arms, his scarred face earning grudging respect. At night, he visited Tyrion's room, bringing tales from the kitchens and stables. Tyrion gave him news in return, passing what he knew of King's Landing, of Tywin's wrath, Cersei's cunning, Joffrey's cruelty. He wrote letters by firelight, careful, measured, each word a stone, a new foundation he hoped to build. Ravens flew south, west, east, summoning lords and ladies, old friends and older rivals. Some replied with threats, some with cautious hope. One morning, as snow drifted through a broken arrow slit, Sansa Stark came to his chamber. She wore gray wool and a white cloak, her face thinner than he remembered, her eyes old. My lady, Tyrion greeted her, rising. Sansa hesitated. Why did you come here? He met her gaze. To try and end what never should have begun. To give you back your home. She studied him, weighing truth and memory. Many in the north would rather see your head on a spike. Tyrion nodded. Perhaps they are right. I do not ask for forgiveness, only a chance. She looked away, biting her lip. If you fail, my brother will lose everything, he said gently. If I fail, we all lose. She lingered a moment, then left, her footsteps soft on ancient stones. Robb called his banners to Winterfell. Lords Manderly, Glover, Umber, and Karstark arrived in snow-choked processions, their standards flying, their men armored and wary. Lady Mormont stood tall among them, eyes keen. From the riverlands came Edmure Tully and Blackfish, his cloak swirling behind him. Even the Eyrie sent an envoy, a thin, nervous maester bearing Lysa Arryn's seal. They met in the great hall, the banners of Stark and Tully and Mormont hanging side by side. Tyrion stood before them, his shadow long and lonely. Robb spoke first, his voice strong. Tyrion Lannister comes as envoy, not enemy. He brings an offer of peace. Bestoire. Murmurs rose, some angry, some doubtful. Tyrion raised his hands. I offer nothing that cannot be taken away by the sword. Only the chance to build something new. The Lannisters have no claim to the north. I have told my father so. If you will take your freedom, take it. Let us put aside vengeance, if not for ourselves, then for our children. Lord Umber thundered. We cannot trust lions. Lady Mormont agreed, her voice hard. Stark blood stains their gold. Tyrion bowed his head. And yet you trusted me once, at the Eyrie. I stood as your champion, Lady Stark. Nah. Catelyn nodded, remembering. Lord Manderley spoke, slow and deep. The North is tired of war. But we are not broken. Robb looked to his mother, to his bannermen. What say you? The debate raged for hours. Threats, bargains, memories of old wounds. In the end, it was Lady Mormont who rose, voice ringing clear. Let the North decide, not with words, but with witness. Let us send for proof, a sign that the Lannisters will stay their hand. Tyrion nodded. Ask what you will. If I can give it, it shall be done. Messay. Robb considered, then said, You will write to your father in our presence. You will renounce all claim to the North and call upon him to do the same. Tyrion smiled. Gladly. He took quill and parchment, his hand steady as he wrote. To Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Hand of the King. I, Tyrion of House Lannister, denounce your war upon the North and call for the independence of Winterfell and her lands. No lion's claw shall cross her borders henceforth. Let there be peace, if not love, between us. He sealed it with wax and the sigil of the hand. The lords murmured approval. Edmure Tully rose. If this is true, then let the Riverlands have their peace as well. Robb nodded. It will begin here or not at all. That night, a feast was called, not of celebration, but of hope. The great hall filled with voices, with the smell of roasting meat and fresh bread. Tyrion sat at Robb's right, watched by every eye, but he felt less a prisoner than a guest. He spoke quietly with Lady Mormont, with Edmure, even with the dour Blackfish. He drank northern ale and listened to songs of ice and snow. For the first time in memory, he felt he belonged. But peace is a fragile thing. As the fire died low, a raven arrived, wings rimed with frost. It bore the seal of King's Landing, a golden lion, bright and fierce. Tyrion's hands shook as he broke the seal and read, Traitor, return at once to answer for your crimes, or be named enemy to the realm. Tywin Lannister. He handed the letter to Robb, his heart heavy. He will never yield. Robb read it, then looked to Tyrion, eyes softening with respect. Then we must be ready. The lords murmured, uneasy. Tyrion stood, feeling the hall's weight settle upon him. There may be no peace yet, he said. But there is hope. Hold to it, and perhaps the North will find freedom. Not as a gift, but as a right. Robb nodded, and the wolves howled beyond the walls. A song of defiance and of dawn. Okay. And Sao. A gray wind swept the battlements of Winterfell, whistling through the ancient merlons, as dawn bled into a bleak morning. Tyrion stood alone upon the walls, his breath clouding the air, watching the world stir to reluctant life below. In the courtyards, Stark men and northern smallfolk trudged through drifts of half-melted snow. The castle was an island of warmth amid a sea of white, but inside unease pressed as heavy as the winter sky. For days now, Tyrion had felt the pressure building, the brittle anticipation before a storm. The lords had debated endlessly, tempers short and voices rising, and even the small folk seemed to sense that the world balanced on the edge of a blade. Tywin's raven had thrown the great hall into shadow. Yet the North endured, stubborn as the stones beneath Tyrion's feet. If the walls of Winterfell had not broken for 1,000 years, perhaps they never would. The wind tugged at his cloak, and for a moment he closed his eyes, hearing in its keening the faint echo of another place. King's Landing, its spires sharp against a smog-choked sky. The red keep stones slick with ambition and blood. He wondered what the court made of his absence now. How many songs would be sung of Tyrion the traitor, the mad dwarf who dared speak of peace? Heavy footfalls sounded behind him. He turned to see Robb Stark ascending the steps, a wolfskin cloak sweeping behind, sword belted at his side. The boy was gone. Here was a king, and though his beard was still a scruff and sorrow haunted his eyes, there was a gravity in him that made even the wind pause. You're up early, Robb said, drawing his cloak close against the coal. Sleep is a luxury for men with fewer regrets, Tyrion replied, a ghost of a smile tugging his lips. Robb joined him at the parapet, his gaze on the snowbound fields. You've set my hall afire, Tyrion Lannister. Some want your head. Others want to send you back to your father in chains. He let the words linger. And a few wonder if peace is worth the price of a lion's word. Tyrion watched the castle roofers patch a slate. I'd tell you my word is worth more than most kings' crowns, but perhaps that's another kind of lie. Robb's mouth quirked at that. At least you speak your mind. Most in my hall have learned not to. That's the luxury of exile. Tyrion looked north, where the forest blurred into endless gray. Have you decided what comes next? Robb's eyes hardened. The lords demand blood, but blood has gotten us nothing but ashes. If we meet your father's host in battle, the North may win or lose, but either way we'll bury another generation. I'm tired, Tyrion. Tired of war. Tired of seeing boys die for old men's grudges. Lannister. I once heard that's the business of kings, Tyrion said. But I think the world might be better for a tired king. Robb let out a long breath. I'll call council again tonight. All the banners. If peace is to be had, they must see it is not bought in shadows. Tyrion nodded, feeling the weight of the moment settle across his shoulders. I'll be ready. They stood in companionable silence as the sky lightened by imperceptible degrees, until Robb clapped Tyrion's shoulder with a heavy hand and turned to descend. Tyrion watched him go, the wolf's pelt dragging behind, and wondered whether the fate of kingdoms always rested on such young, uncertain men. That afternoon, as snow began again to fall in great wet clumps, a commotion rippled through the yard. Tyrion glanced from his window to see horses galloping through the gate. Black cloaks, silver mail, a crescent moon on blue. Hugo burst into his chamber without knocking, grinning wide. Visitors from the Vale. Lord Jon Royce himself and a score of men. Tyrion felt a flicker of hope. The Bronze Jon? That's a good sign. He's no friend to Lannisters, but neither is he a fool. Hugo's grin faded. He rides hard, looks grim, like a man come to collect debts. Tyrion paced to the hearth, feeling old aches return to his legs. The Vale sits uneasy. Lady Arryn hides behind her walls, but the knights have no love for southern kings. If we can sway the Vale, perhaps others will follow. That's in. And if you can't? Hugo asked. Then I hope the kitchens have sharpened their axes. Hugo laughed. You're not as funny as you think, but you've got grit. That's worth something. Tyrion smiled thinly. If grit could buy armies, I'd have conquered half the world by now. Lord Jon Royce arrived in the great hall that evening, bronze armor glinting in the torchlight, beard bristling with snow. He bowed stiffly to Robb, then cast a long measured look at Tyrion. Squires bore in banners of the crescent and falcon, while the stark direwolf loomed behind the dais. The council was larger this time. All the great houses of the North and Riverlands present. Even Lady Mormont had donned fresh mail, her face set and unyielding. Robb raised his cup. We are honored by the Vale's presence. Royce's voice was as gravelly as the mountains he called home. The honor is in the cause, Your Grace. The Vale is watching, but we do not leap blindly from cliffs. He fixed his eyes on Tyrion. You speak of peace, dwarf. Yet your house bathed the Riverlands in blood. Why should the Eyrie trust you? Tyrion dipped his head, feeling the heat of 100 eyes. Because my house has no more love for me than you do. My father's pride costs us all. I would see it ended before it buries another realm. Royce crossed his arms. Words are wind. Then judge me by deeds, Tyrion said. I stand here unarmed at your mercy. I have written to Tywin Lannister, renounced his wars, and called for the North's freedom. If peace fails, it's not for lack of my trying. A silence fell. Edmure Tully spoke next, his voice raw. We have lost too much, Lord Royce. The Lannisters sent crossbows to River Run and flayed the land. But if this war goes on, we may lose all. And, oh, Lady Mormont's eyes glimmered like blue ice. Words will not buy the dead's forgiveness. No, Tyrion agreed softly. But they may save the living. Robb stood. We ask the Vale to join us, not in war, but in demanding peace. Write with us to every great lord, Baratheon, Tyrell, Martell. Tell them the North will stand free, not in rebellion, but as a realm apart. The The wars must end. Royce nodded, slowly. I will send my ravens and my voice. But know this, if you betray us, Lannister, there is no mountain high enough to hide you. Netter started. Tyrion bowed, a genuine gesture. I would not have it any other way. In the weeks that followed, the ravens flew like storm clouds, east to the Eyrie, west to the Twins and the rocky coasts, south to the crag and the flowering fields beyond the neck. The answers trickled back, slow and wary. But there was hope in them, a flicker of willingness to see an end to endless death. Yet not all were so willing. Word came from the Twins. Walder Frey, that old weasel, sat the fence as ever. The Boltons rode south with half their men to guard their borders. Roose Bolton rode, but Tyrion saw treachery in every careful phrase. In the halls of Winterfell, rumor twined with fear. Tywin marshaled his banners at Harrenhal. The Golden Lion had not slept. Every night, the council met, tempers flaring, hope rising and falling like the tide. Tyrion spoke often, sometimes pleading, sometimes goading, sometimes only listening. He became a strange fixture. No lord, no prisoner, a dwarf neither north nor south. Sansa came again, sitting quietly as the lords roared. Tyrion saw her watching him, searching for truth in the lines of his face. They walked the Godswood sometimes, beneath the great heart tree, its eyes weeping red tears into the snow. Do you think this can work? She asked one day, her voice a whisper. I think it must, he replied, or we shall all be ghosts before the snows melt. Sansa was silent, then touched the rough bark of the weirwood. My father said men make peace not with friends, but with enemies. Tyrion smiled, a little sadly. Your father was a wise man, too wise for the world he found. She looked at him, almost soft. I hope you're wiser still. It was near the full moon, when another raven arrived, bearing Tywin's hand. The council assembled in the cold dawn, the hall thick with breath and tension. Robb read aloud, his voice clear and unflinching. Tyrion Lannister, you are a traitor to your name and your blood. Return to face judgment, or be declared forsworn. To the pretender in Winterfell, no wolf will rule while lions hunt. The North shall bend the knee, or it shall bleed. The letter was short, the message blunt. Lord Umber smashed his fist upon the table. Let them come. The last time the South marched north, they came back in pieces. Nah. Manderley frowned. There is sense in caution. Tywin will not come with empty hands. Robb turned to Tyrion. Will he march? Will he burn the North, as he burned the Riverlands? Tyrion nodded. If he cannot win with swords, he will try fire. My father does not suffer defeat. Royce's jaw set. Then we must be ready. The Vale will send men if you call. Lady Mormont lifted her chin. Bear Island stands with Winterfell. Edmure rose. River Run too. One by one, the banners pledged, voices steady, even as fear crackled in their eyes. Robb spoke at last, the king's voice unbroken. So be it. If the Lannisters will not talk, we will show them the North's answer. The lords cheered, swords ringing from sheaths, but Tyrion's heart was heavy. He found Sansa in the corridor, her face pale. My father will march, Sansa. There will be blood. She did not flinch. He cannot break us. Tyrion wished he shared her certainty. As winter tightened its grip, preparations began in earnest. Men drilled in the yards, blacksmiths hammered day and night, and grain was gathered from every hamlet and holdfast. Scouts fanned south, and the old crows of the Night's Watch came seeking news. The castle was a hive of movement, but beneath it ran a current of dread. Tyrion worked as best he could, drafting letters, calming tempers, offering counsel to Robb and Catelyn. Hugo became his shadow, bringing word from the walls, the camps, even the kitchens. The men are scared, Hugo said, but not broken. They'll fight. Tyrion sat by the fire, warming his twisted fingers. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's pressing on despite it. Hugo grunted. Easy for you to say, sitting by the hearth. Tyrion tossed him a loaf of bread. Then fetch more wood, and I'll call it even." The first reports of Lannister movement came in a blizzard. 5,000 at Harrenhal, 10,000 more marching from the Golden Tooth, another host along the King's Road. Tywin had gathered half the south, and with him rode Gregor Clegane, Sir Adam Marbrand, and other men whose names inspired dread. Robb called his captains to the solar, the air thick with the stink of sweat and tallow. Maps unfurled across the table, tokens scattered like spilled coin. "We must strike before they reach Moat Cailin," said Lord Karstark, beard bristling. Royce pointed with a mailed finger. "A feint at the neck, then pull back to the marshes. Bleed them on northern ground." Manderley nodded. "Draw them in, then close the jaws." Robb listened to them all, eyes distant. At last he turned to Tyrion. "What would your father do?" Tyrion thought a long moment. "He will come hard and fast. Tywin values surprise. He will not expect a retreat. He expects pride. Meet him on the field, and he'll crush you. Make him bleed for every step. Make him doubt." "Duster." Robb nodded. "We'll do as you say. But if we lose—" "If you lose," Tyrion finished softly, "the north burns." On the eve of battle, the castle was eerily quiet. Tyrion wandered the godswood, snow crunching beneath his boots, the heart tree looming above. He knelt, not in prayer, but in silent hope. He thought of Shay, of Jaime, of Casterly Rock gleaming in a sunset he might never see again. He rose to find Robb waiting. The young king held out a cup. "For luck," he said. They drank in silence. "Do you believe in gods, Tyrion?" Robb asked. "I believe in men, and what they're willing to die for." Robb's eyes glinted. "Then let's hope the North remembers." The dawn of battle arrived. Northern men assembled beneath their banners, Manderley blue, Umber red, Karstark white, Stark gray. The Vale Knights gleamed in the pale sun, and Riverland's archers ringed the fields. Across the marshes, the Lannister host loomed, golden lions gleaming, a sea of crimson and steel. Tywin himself rode at their head, impassive, his eyes locked upon Winterfell's walls. Tyrion watched from the ramparts, his heart hammering. He could see the glint of the mountain's helm, the flutter of Lannister pennants. This was it, the last chance for words, the first moment of blood. A white banner rose from the Stark lines. Robb himself rode forward, banners trailing. Tyrion saw Tywin ride to meet him, Cersei's golden hair flashing behind the lines, a cold sun upon her brow. Father and son met, king and lord. The parley was brief. Robb offered peace once more. Freedom for the North, no war, no vengeance. Tywin replied with threats and iron. No deal was struck. Tyrion felt a cold hand settle on his shoulder. Sansa had come to stand beside him, face pale but proud. "Is there any hope?" she whispered. Tyrion looked at the field, at the banners, the men who would soon die, and wished he could lie. "There is always hope, my lady," he said, "until the last sword falls." The horns blew, the wolves howled, the world shook, and the North, betrayed and battered, rose to fight for its freedom beneath a sky of snow and steel. Ka. The first volley arched through the sky with the rising sun, a flock of black-feathered arrows blotting the cold blue above the frost-bitten fields. The clash of armies rang out over the snowdrifts, the sound a rolling thunder of iron and death that swallowed the wind and set the ravens screaming from the bare-branched trees. Tyrion watched from the highest tower, his knuckles white on the frozen stone, the taste of copper in his mouth as the lines collided, broke, reformed, and clashed again. Northern horns howled defiance. The banners of Stark, Umber, Manderley, and Glover snapped in the bitter wind. The knights of the Vale, their lances glimmering, swept around the flank like a tide breaking on rock. The Lannister host answered with golden banners and steel, Tywin's columns moving in perfect discipline, the mountain's heavy knights battering at the vanguard, grinding men beneath hooves and blade. By midday, the field was a ruin. Snow churned to bloody mud, horses shrieking as they fell, men crying out in agony or triumph, depending on the gods' whims. Tyrion felt each death as a blow, though he knew not their names. The North fought as one, grim, hard, desperate. He saw Robb's banner at the center, the gray direwolf flying beside the blue trout of River Run, men rallying wherever their king rode, shields locked, spears bristling. The Lannisters pressed relentlessly, a red tide. Gregor Clegane's armored bulk led a wedge that punched deep into the Karstark line, scattering footmen like chaff. But the Karstarks, fierce and furious, closed behind them, hacking at horse and man alike. Arrows hissed, axes flashed, and the mountain's men were driven back, wounded and howling. On the western flank, the banners of House Glover buckled under the weight of Adam Marbrand's cavalry. Tyrion could see the gleam of their breastplates, the crash of shields, and then, impossibly, the intervention of Lord Jon Royce's bronze-clad knights. The Vales charge smashed Marbrand's flank, driving the Lannisters back in disarray. The shouts of the Eyrie rose, and for a heartbeat the tide seemed to turn. But Tywin Lannister, ever cold, ever ruthless, committed his reserves without hesitation. A fresh column of gold and crimson advanced with the lion at its head. The banners of the Rock shone in the gray daylight, the discipline of Casterly Rock turning the press of battle in their favor. The northern right faltered, Lord Bolton's men fighting with a strange, chilling detachment, holding, but never advancing, as if waiting for some other signal. From above, Tyrion saw it all. The way the north center braced itself, the desperate signals flashing from Robb's standard, the calculated movements of Tywin's legions. He saw, too, the shadowy clusters of men slinking behind the Stark lines, Bolton's riders, waiting, ever waiting. Beside Tyrion, Sansa stood silent, lips pressed together, her hands clenched in the folds of her cloak. She watched every movement on the field, her blue eyes tracing her brother's path. The tension wound so tight he feared she would shatter. "Why do they wait?" she asked at last, voice barely more than a breath. Tyrion's mind raced. Bolton's men hold back. If he turns, the right will collapse. She met his eyes. Why would he turn? Because my father promised him something. Because Roose Bolton is not a man to fight for a lost cause unless there is profit. Tyrion turned from the parapet, mind racing. If he betrays us now. Below, the battle reached its crescendo. Robb's line surged forward, spears glittering, the North's last, desperate push. For a heartbeat, it seemed the day might yet be won. Then, with the casual cruelty of a man unburdened by honor, Roose Bolton's trumpets sounded, not the wolf's call, but the harsh shriek of a stranger. His men fell upon the Stark's exposed flank, hacking into their former allies, the pink-flayed man of Dreadfort flying high. A roar of betrayal echoed across the field. Stark men died screaming, the ranks thrown into chaos. Robb's banner wavered, then fell, only to rise again as the king himself plunged into the heart of the melee, sword blazing, howling for vengeance. Sansa's gasp caught in her throat, eyes wide with horror. Tyrion's nails bit his palms as he saw the Lannister lines fold around the broken right, the trap closing. "Is it over?" Sansa whispered. "Not yet," Tyrion said, though he felt the lie heavy on his tongue. "Not while your brother rides." The battle became slaughter. Northern men, outflanked and betrayed, fought with the despair of those who know there is no retreat. Lord Umber's booming voice carried across the field, rallying survivors to his banner, forming a shield wall amid a circle of corpses. Manderley's men held the center, desperate but stubborn. The Merman's standard bathed in gore. Robb was everywhere, his gray cloak tattered, sword arms slick with blood, surrounded by his direwolf, and what remained of his guard. Tyrion watched, awed and horrified, as the young king cut a path through Bolton's treacherous ranks, refusing to die, refusing to yield. Bolton's own knights fell back before him, the flayed man banner burning as a Stark bannerman cast a torch into its midst. The Vale's knights, sensing the betrayal, cut a path toward Robb, Jon Royce at their head. For a moment, the lines held, and hope flickered in the broken north. But Tywin pressed forward, the weight of his reserves crushing the battered survivors. Clegane's monster bulk loomed over the field, leaving carnage in his wake. Robb's last charge broke upon the Lannister shield wall. One by one, his captains fell. Lord Umber cut down by a dozen swords, Karstark lost in the press. Edmure Tully, wounded, was dragged from the field by his men. In the chaos, Tyrion saw Sansa's brother. Blood splattered, unbowed, struck from his horse. His direwolf leapt to defend him, bangs flashing, but fell beneath a rain of spears. Robb rose, limping, blade in hand. The lion banners closed in. For a moment, Tyrion thought it was over. Then, in the teeth of defeat, the North survivors rallied to Robb's side, forming a ragged square, back to back, facing death with the cold courage of their ancestors. The last horn of Winterfell sounded, defiant and proud. Tyrion turned to Sansa, whose face was wet with silent tears. "We must go," he urged. "Now. There is nothing more to see." She shook her head, refusing to move. "He's my brother. If he dies, I will know." They watched as Tywin's personal guard pressed in. "Robb." Shield shattered, lifted his sword and roared the words of his house, echoing up to the high tower. The North remembers. A spear pierced his side, but still he fought. Then, from the line of Lannister knights, Tywin himself rode forth. He raised his hand, and the slaughter paused. "Robb Stark." Tywin's voice, clear and cold. "Yield, and your men may live." Blood streaming from his wounds. Robb staggered upright, refusing to kneel. The North kneels to no lion. A hush. Then Tywin's eyes narrowed. He gestured to his men. Swords flashed. Sansa's scream was strangled in her throat as Robb Stark fell beneath a dozen blades. His men broke, the line shattering, the wolves finally overrun. The field was lost. Night fell over Winterfell as the battered survivors straggled behind the walls. The wounded carried on makeshift litters, the last defenders clutching frost-bitten swords. The gates thundered shut. In the great hall, Robb's bannermen gathered. Lord Manderly, face ashen. Edmure, fevered and pale. Jon Royce, armor battered and stained. Tyrion sat among them, the outsider in their midst, the only Lannister amid a sea of grief. Sansa was led away by the maids, silent as the snow. All through the night, the howls of the direwolves echoed from the godswood, and the men of the North whispered prayers to their old gods. No one slept. At dawn, Tywin's banners approached, the field before the walls slick with ice and blood. A rider came with a white flag, a herald of Casterly Rock. He was escorted into the great hall, his eyes darting from face to face. Tywin's words were brief. "Lay down your arms. Open the gates. The North may keep its lords, but it will kneel before the lion. Resist, and Winterfell will burn as Harrenhal burned." Manderly spat on the floor. "We have buried too many sons to kneel now." Edmure's voice trembled. "What choice is left us?" Jon Royce turned to Tyrion, accusation and plea mingled in his gaze. "Is this your peace, Lannister?" Tyrion's voice was hollow. "This is my father's war. I am as helpless as any of you." Catelyn Stark stood then, her hair streaked with gray, her face a mask of loss. "We hold the gates. We send word north to the last hearth, to Bear Island, to every village and hall. The North will not die here." "Begonigan." Manderly nodded, slow and grim. "We make our stand." The hall erupted in shouts, some defiant, some despairing. Tyrion watched, numb, as hope flickered and guttered. The siege began in earnest. Catapults battered the walls, fire arrows lighting the night. Supplies dwindled. Each day, Tywin sent new terms: lay down arms, surrender Sansa Stark, hand over the traitor Tyrion. Each day, Catelyn refused. Each day, the price in blood grew. Tyrion worked as best he could, advising on food stores, organizing the wounded, writing desperate letters for aid. To Dorne, to the Iron Islands, to the Night's Watch. Only the Vale responded. Lord Royce vowing to hold the Ares gates as long as Winterfell stood. The rest were silent, watching, waiting to see who would win. One freezing night, as the moon sailed behind torn clouds, Sansa found Tyrion in the ruined solar, staring at an untouched goblet. "It's all come to ruin," she said quietly, her voice raw. He looked at her, seeing the steel beneath the sorrow. It is not over. So long as one Stark lives. She shook her head. I am not my brother. I cannot save the North. Tyrion reached for her hand, cold and trembling. You are the last hope of your house. If you yield now, my father will claim victory, but he will not break the North spirit. If you refuse, you may die, but your name will outlive him. Sansa's jaw set. Then let them write songs of the last winter at Winterfell. They sat in silence as the walls shuddered with distant thunder. On the 5th day of siege, the outer wall was breached. Lannister men poured through the gap, only to meet a wall of spears and northern fury. Women fought beside men, cooks and grooms wielding axes and boiling oil. The halls of Winterfell ran with blood, the screams echoing through stone and snow. Tyrion found himself with a sword in hand, slashing at a man in crimson, the world narrowing to fear and rage. He fought not for house or honor, but for the thin thread of hope that something could yet be saved. In the great hall, Catelyn and Sansa rallied the survivors. The old godswood burned, flames lighting the sky for miles. At last, with no food, no hope, and the halls overrun, Catelyn gave the order. We make for the crypts, the dead will shelter us now. Through secret passages and broken halls, Tyrion led Sansa and the last survivors into the darkness below. Lannister torches flickered in the upper halls, their victory near at hand. The crypts were cold, ancient, the air thick with dust and grief. Sansa knelt before the statue of her father, silent tears carving tracks through the grime. Tyrion stood watch by the gate, sword in hand. Above, the sounds of battle faded, replaced by the tramp of Lannister boots. Tywin's voice echoed down the stone steps. It is over. Open the gate and be shown mercy. Tyrion met Sansa's gaze. It is your choice. Sansa rose, her voice unwavering. The North does not kneel. She flung open the crypt doors and faced Tywin Lannister as the cold dawn broke. Tywin's eyes flickered with something, pity, perhaps, or regret. So be it, take them. Tyrion stepped forward, blocking the soldiers. Leave her be. Take me. It was I who brought this on you. But Sansa shook her head. I am Stark of Winterfell. The North remembers. The Lannister soldiers seized them both. Catelyn clung to Sansa as they were dragged up into the shattered light. The last survivors of the North, battered but unbroken, marched through the ruins of their home, beneath the gaze of the lion. And Tyrion, bloodied, bowed, yet unbroken, met his father's eyes in silence. Tywin turned away. Bind them. The war is over. But somewhere in the ruins a wolf howled, and in the bones of Winterfell, the North remembered. Emil Kial. Chains bit into Tyrion's wrists as the procession wound through the blasted gates of Winterfell, flanked by Tywin's golden-cloaked guards. Snow swirled over the devastation, the splintered timbers, the scorched banners, the corpses lying stiff and half-buried in drifts. Northern faces, gaunt with defeat, lined the approach, too proud to weep, too battered to jeer. Their silence was a wound that ached more than any Lannister jeer or threat. Sansa walked ahead, her hands unbound, her head high. The flame-red hair that marked her as Catelyn's daughter glowed in the pallid morning. Her cloak was torn, but her steps never faltered, even as the Lannister men pressed close. Behind her, Catelyn Stark followed, guarded by 2 knights in crimson cloaks, eyes bleak but her back unbent. Edmure Tully, limping and pale, trailed at her side. Of Robb's companions, only a few remained: Lord Manderly, blood staining his furs, and grim Jon Royce. The banners of the North and Riverlands had been stripped from the ramparts, replaced by the Golden Lion and the red and black flayed man of House Bolton. Tywin waited before the shattered doors of the Great Hall, his face carved from the same stone as the keep. Sunlight glinted from his polished breastplate. The crowd parted at his gaze. Even the wind seemed to die. Sansa Stark, Tywin intoned, voice carrying over the courtyard. You are the last of your father's line. Winterfell is fallen. The North is broken. You will kneel or you will die. Sansa's voice, when it came, was clear and cold. The North remembers. We kneel to no lion and no butcher. Do what you will. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Some defiant, some fearful. Tywin's lips tightened. He gestured to the guards, who seized Sansa's arms. She did not struggle, only stared past Tywin at the blackened ruins of her home. Tyrion, battered and grim, met his father's gaze. "Is this your peace, father? Is this your victory?" Tywin's eyes flickered with disdain. "You could have stood at my side, Tyrion. Instead, you sowed discord and treason. You will be tried in King's Landing for your crimes." Catelyn's voice, sharp as a raven's cry, broke through. "There will be no justice from lions, only blood and fire." Tywin ignored her, turning to the soldiers. "Take them. The traitors will be marched south at first light. Send riders to every village. Let all the North see the price of rebellion." Lannister men seized their prisoners, herding them into the gutted hall that had once rung with laughter and music. Winterfell's heart was cold and hollow now. Smoke drifting through shattered windows, the walls heavy with ghosts. Tyrion felt the weight of eyes on him. The defeated, the grieving, the vengeful. He wondered what songs they would sing of this day. That night, the prisoners were held in the crypts. Sansa, Catelyn, Edmure, Manderly, Royce, and Tyrion himself, bound in iron and watched by hard-eyed Lannister guards. Snow sifted through cracks in the stone ceiling, dusting the statues of old Stark kings with a shroud of white. Sansa huddled beside her mother, head bowed. Tyrion sat against the wall, his wrists aching. Lord Manderly paced, muttering curses. Royce cleaned his sword, the steel edge glinting dully in the torchlight. Edmure's voice was hoarse. "They'll kill us. Tywin won't leave any witness to his butchery." "Edmure." Catelyn's hand found Sansa's. "We hold our heads high. That is all we have left." Tyrion's chains rattled as he shifted, mind racing. "If we're to die, I'd prefer it not be at my father's convenience. There are tunnels behind the third tomb on the left, old half-collapsed, but they lead to the woods. I saw them once long ago." Royce's eyes narrowed. "And you mention this now?" "There were guards everywhere," Tyrion said. "But the night is our only chance. Tywin will have us moved at dawn, and I doubt we'll see another northern sunrise. If you're willing to trust me." Manderly scoffed. "Trust a Lannister. The world must be ending." Sansa's eyes, ancient and bright, met Tyrion's. "If you know the way, show us. Better to die beneath the open sky than strangled in a lion's cage." Catelyn nodded. "We do it tonight." The escape began in silence, as all desperate acts do. When the guards dozed, lulled by cold and boredom, Royce slipped behind them, blade flashing. Tyrion, freed by Edmure's stolen knife, led the way to the back of the crypt. The old stones groaned under their touch, dust billowing in the torchlight. Sansa pressed her palm to her father's statue, lips moving in a prayer. "Guide us," she whispered. Behind the third tomb, Tyrion found the seam in the stone, where the wall had cracked centuries ago. With Manderly's help, he pried it open just enough to squeeze through. A narrow passage sloped away into blackness, the air heavy with rot and old secrets. They moved in single file. Tyrion first, Royce close behind, then Sansa, Catelyn, Edmure, and Manderly last. The tunnel snaked down, deeper than the crypts themselves. Far above, the sounds of Winterfell faded. No banners, no Lannister boots, only the low murmur wind and the cold ache of the earth. Time became a blur, steps counted in heartbeats, breaths measured by the closeness of the stone. At last, the tunnel bent upward, the air sharpening with frost. Tyrion found the iron gate, rusted half open, beyond which lay a tumble of roots and loose earth. He squeezed through, Royce helping Sansa after him, then the others. They emerged in the shadow of the Godswood, its ancient heart tree looming above, branches creaking in the wind. The snows muffled their footsteps. Somewhere, a wolf howled, a survivor, or perhaps only the wind. Royce sheathed his sword. "We head north. There are loyal men at White Harbor, the mountains, Bear Island." Manderly nodded. "The Lannisters won't expect it." They'll search the roads, not the wilds. Catelyn clutched Sansa. We move by night, rest by day. Edmure, shivering, managed a wry smile. And here I thought my last journey would be to the Trident, not the snows beyond the wall. Tyrion managed a grim chuckle. If we live, you can curse my name in every hall between here and the sea. They slipped into the trees, the ruined castle fading behind. Sentries searched the yards, dogs howled, horns blared. But the old gods watched over them, and the snow swallowed their trail. For days, they traveled north, always beneath cover of darkness, eating what they could scavenge. The land was scarred by war. Villages razed, fields salted, corpses frozen where they fell. But there were still those who remembered the Stark name, who offered bread, a blanket, a place by the fire. News traveled with them. Tywin had declared the war ended, Winterfell pacified. The North a conquered province. But in every hall, beneath every breath, the same words whispered. The North remembers. Sansa found her strength in those words. She spoke to every villager, every battered survivor, sharing bread, tending wounds. Catelyn was the shadow beside her, never resting, never weeping, her grief transmuted into iron resolve. Royce and Manderley guided them, arms and counsel, keeping the group hidden and moving. Edmure, growing stronger each day, became a kind of jester, offering comfort with japes and smiles. Tyrion traveled quietly, his mind whirring. He felt the weight of every word, every look, every hard-won kindness. The old world was gone, swept away by his father's ambition and his own doomed hope. Yet something stubborn burned within him, a need to see the lions humbled, the wolves free. On the 12th night, beneath a sky aflame with northern lights, they reached the edge of White Harbor. Roy slipped away, returning with news. Manderley still holds the city. He's fortified it, sent out scouts. He'll shelter us. Oh gosh. Sansa's relief was a prayer. Then the North is not lost. They entered White Harbor by secret, guided through tunnels beneath the city walls. Lord Wyman Manderley, fatter and grayer than before, greeted them in his solar, tears streaming down his cheeks at the sight of Sansa and Catelyn. "My lady, you honor us," he rumbled. "We thought all was lost." Catelyn embraced him. "Not while one Stark draws breath." Wyman poured wine for them all. "The Lannisters think themselves victors, but the North is vast, its people stubborn. If you lead us, Sansa, the lords will rally. The free folk too. Word from the walls that Jon Snow commands there, and will not yield." Denounced. Tyrion's eyes widened. "Jon?" Sansa blinked away tears. "My brother, he lives?" Wyman nodded. "He's a Stark, whatever the Lord South may say. And he has tamed the wildlings, brought them south of the wall. There are more swords yet for Winterfell." Catelyn drew a shaky breath. "We gather what we can. Strike when they least expect it." Tyrion spoke then, his voice thin but determined. "If the North rises now, you'll have every lion in Westeros upon you. Tywin will not forgive a second rebellion." "Van Ratty." Wyman smiled. "Sly and sad. Let him come. Winter is long, and the Lannisters do not know hunger, or cold, or snow. They will not last a season in the North." Royce added, "The Vale stands ready. I will send word. The Arryns owe much to the Starks." Sansa straightened, every inch her mother's daughter. "We rise not for vengeance, but for home, for the North. Let every man and woman who remembers Ned Stark come to our call." Over the next weeks, ravens flew from White Harbor to every holdfast, every mountain village, every islet and marsh. Small bands gathered in the snow, bear riders from the islands, fishermen from the Neck, free folk from beyond the wall. Jon Snow's men slipped south, wildlings and crows united. Old grudges died before the need for freedom. The Lannisters, smug in their captured keep, grew restless as their patrols vanished, their food stores shrank, and their garrisons met only silent, empty villages. Tyrion watched it all, the flicker of hope turning to fire. He wrote letters for Sansa, advised Manderley on strategy, even counseled the free folk who came to join the fight. At night, he sat with Sansa beneath the stars, remembering the songs of King's Landing, the laughter of lost friends, and dreaming of a peace that might yet be won. "Do you regret it?" Sansa asked one night as the snows drifted down. Tyrion thought a long time. "I regret that so many died for pride, for crowns. But I do not regret trying. The world is changed, and if I can help right it, just a little, I'll have done something good at last." Sansa's hand found his. "You have." The North remembers. Dian. By spring, the banners of the North flew once more from White Harbor's walls, and Jon Snow rode south at the head of a host, the likes of which the North had not seen since the days of the kings in the North. Wildlings marched with men of the Dreadfort, the Manderleys with the Glovers and Umbers, even the mountain clans joining under a single banner. The siege of Winterfell began not with a storm of steel, but with silence. Northern scouts slipped through the woods, cutting Lannister supply lines, poisoning wells, turning Tywin's proud army into a starving, desperate mass. Snow fell heavy and thick, drifts burying the dead. For every Lannister man, the winter claimed. Though Tywin watched his grip on the North loosen, the golden lion outmatched by cold, by hunger, by the iron will of a people who would not kneel. Rumors reached him. Ghosts in the woods, wolves howling at his walls, the dead rising from the snows. He posted guards at every door, doubled the watch, sent for reinforcements that never came. Inside Winterfell, Sansa's name became a whisper of hope. Catelyn's courage became legend. Tyrion's counsel shaped the defense, undermining Tywin's every move. When at last Jon Snow's banners appeared on the horizon, Tywin's men broke. A few fought, too proud, too frightened to yield. Most threw down their swords, desperate for mercy. Tywin himself stood atop the broken battlements, watching as the armies of the North closed around him. Jon entered the hall first, his black cloak dusted with snow, his eyes as hard as winter itself. Sansa met him at the threshold, arms outstretched, and for a moment, all of Winterfell seemed to breathe again. Catelyn embraced Jon, tears breaking her mask. Manderley roared his welcome. Royce bowed low. Tyrion, battered but alive, watched from the shadows, heart full of a quiet joy. Tywin Lannister was taken in chains. The Golden Lion bowed before the direwolf at last. Sansa knelt at the high seat, crowned in the snows. Her people gathered around. The North was free again, and the world, changed by hope, by defiance, by the stubborn memory of wolves, turned toward a new spring. Snowmelt ran in swift rivulets across the stone yards of Winterfell, carrying the last red stains of battle away into the earth. The gray clouds above, heavy with the memory of winter, parted by slow degrees as sunlight crept over battered walls. Smoke drifted lazily from chimneys, patched with fresh mortar, while everywhere within the castle men and women toiled, raising timbers, clearing rubble, stacking firewood, cleaning the blood from hearths and hallways. Life, stunted by months of siege, slowly pushed up through the ruin. In the heart of the Godswood, beneath the ancient weeping heart tree, Sansa Stark knelt on the damp grass. Her furs were sodden, her cheeks pale, but her eyes were clear as the pools reflecting the sky above. Catelyn sat nearby, her hands resting on her knees, lips moving in silent prayer. The Godswood was still. Not even the crows called. It was as if the old gods listened for the voice of the last of Eddard Stark's trueborn children. Jon Snow stood at a respectful distance, black cloak hanging heavy, eyes on his sister. Around him, the leaders of the North gathered, Manderley, Glover, Lady Mormont, even the battered Jon Royce from the Vale. The free folk, now allies, lingered at the edge of the clearing, their faces wary but curious. Tyrion Lannister watched from a low bench, shivering in the morning chill, flanked by two guards who no longer needed to grip their swords when he passed. He'd earned his place here in the long months of hardship, negotiator, scribe, and, after the last battle, almost a friend to the North. The assembly waited as the moment stretched. Sansa's words, soft as the falling petals of the heart tree, finally drifted on the air. Father, Mother, all our kin who went before. The North is broken, but it is not lost. We will remember you always. We will never kneel to the South again. A tremor ran through the crowd. The free folk grunted approval. The old gods perhaps were silent, but every heart present felt the truth of her promise. Jon stepped forward. The North remembers. And with your leave, Sansa, I will ask our banners to hail you as queen. I am no Stark, not truly. You are Eddard's blood, Winterfell's daughter. The old blood, the old gods. Sansa looked up, startled but proud. I will bear the weight, if the North wills it. A roar answered her, swelling through the godswood, echoing off ancient stone. Manderley raised his sword. Lady Mormont her voice. Queen in the North, Queen Sansa. The free folk whooped and pounded spear butts against the trees. Even Royce and the Vale Knights bowed their heads. Jon knelt before her, and the other lords followed suit. For the first time since the Red Wedding, hope bloomed in Winterfell. Tyrion found himself clapping, not quite sure when hadn't begun. His heart was full of regret, of relief, of a fierce, vicarious joy. Whatever his name or crimes, he had helped make this moment possible. The world was new again. In the weeks that followed, Winterfell became a hive of renewal. The wounded were tended. The dead, friend and foe alike, were buried with honor, the graves stretching in silent rows beyond the walls. Jon Snow sent for ravens to every corner of the North and beyond, to Bear Island, to Skagos, to the Neck, to the Vale and the free folk, inviting all to council. Sansa sat at the high seat, hearing grievances, judging disputes, weaving together the frayed tapestry of her father's kingdom. Tyrion spent his days in the solar, parchment, and ink his only armor, drafting letters to the south, to the east, to any power that might one day threaten Sansa's new reign. His nights were haunted by memory, the faces of the slain, the specter of his father, the knowledge of all that had been lost in pursuit of peace. Yet he found a strange contentment, at last, in being useful. One evening, as dusk streaked the sky in lavender and gold, Sansa found him by the fire. "You've done more for us than any Lannister ever dreamed," she said, pouring wine into 2 cups. Tyrion took his, grateful. "If I have, it's only because your family taught me what loyalty means. And perhaps because I had little enough to lose." Sansa smiled, the firelight catching in her red hair. "You risked everything. You lost your father, your house, your place in the world. I was never meant to keep those things," Tyrion said. "And the world is better for it." She touched his hand briefly. "Stay, Tyrion. The North needs men of wisdom, not only men of war." "Nenam so." He was silent a long moment, watching the flames dance in the hearth. "I think I will." Elsewhere in the castle, Jon Snow walked the walls, the wind tugging at his black hair. Ghost loped at his side, red eyes bright in the gloom. Jon felt the weight of his own choices, loyalty to Sansa, the friendship of the free folk, the strange sense of belonging that came not from blood, but from hardship shared. Tormund Giantsbane leaned against a merlon, grinning. "You're looking broody, Crow. That's good. Northmen trust a man who thinks more than he talks." And Jon snorted. "Is that why you trust me?" Tormund shrugged. "No, I trust you because you haven't tried to steal my boots, or my women." They laughed together, the sound carrying into the growing dark. Jon felt, for the first time in years, almost at home. In the south, news of Winterfell's defiance spread like wildfire. In the halls of King's Landing, the High Lords argued. Cersei Lannister, Queen Regent, still wrapped in mourning black, received reports of Tywin's capture with a face as smooth as marble. Her brother Jaime, newly returned from the Riverlands, met her eyes across the council table. "So the North has crowned a queen. My father is a prisoner. Tyrion lives." Cersei's mouth twisted. "Let them freeze. The realm will not march for traitors." Jaime leaned forward. "The North is not like the Riverlands. Starve them, and they grow stronger. Burn their castles, and they build from the ashes. We would be wise to make peace." Cersei spat. "Peace with traitors, with survivors," Jaime said quietly. The court erupted in argument, Tyrells and Redwynes plotting, the old hands of King's Landing wary of another drawn-out war. In secret, Cersei sent ravens to Dorne and the Reach, seeking allies, plotting vengeance. But the world had changed. The southern lords were tired of war, the people hungry, the coffers nearly empty. Few had the stomach for another campaign against the north. In White Harbor, Wyman Manderley raised new fleets, sending traders north and east. Skagos and Bear Island pledged fealty anew, their lords sending gifts of whale oil, furs, and obsidian blades. The Vale sent grain and men, their loyalty bound by Sansa's childhood ties to Lysa Arryn, and by Jon Royce's word at high. Even the free folk, now neighbors and allies, swore fealty of a kind. They rebuilt villages burned in the Lannister invasion, patrolled the borders against bandits and poachers, taught the North the lessons of surviving on the ragged edge of the world. Lady Mormont, youngest and fiercest of Sansa's bannermen, became her shield and advisor. No slight went unanswered, no threat was allowed to grow. Sansa ruled with a steady hand. She pardoned some Lannister prisoners, ransoming others for much-needed gold. She sent word to Cersei, "The North is free. If you wish peace, send envoys, not swords." No reply came, but no new armies marched. Tywin Lannister was kept in a cold tower. His chains were light, but his guards were never absent. He received news from the south, grim-faced and silent, never betraying his thoughts. Sansa visited him once, offering terms: life and return to Casterly Rock, in exchange for Lannister gold, and a vow to cease all claims on the north. Tywin's eyes, hard as granite, lingered on Sansa's. "You have your father's courage, girl, and your mother's pride. The world is cruel to such." "I am not alone," Sansa replied. Tywin smiled faintly. "No, and that is why you will win." He signed the terms. Lannister gold flowed north, buying wheat, repairing keeps, paying the debts of war. Spring at last crept over the land. The sun grew strong. Flowers pressed through the slush, and laughter returned to the halls of Winterfell. At the spring feast, banners hung from every rafter: direwolf, bear, trout, crescent moon, and a new device, a white weirwood crowned with snow. The queen sat in her father's seat, flanked by Jon and Manderley, with Tyrion nearby, a goblet in his hand. "Will you ever return south?" Jon asked him. Tyrion shook his head. "I have no wish to see the Red Keep again. My brother is there, and perhaps my sister will have her day. But here in the north, there is room to build something new, perhaps even to be forgiven." Sansa lifted her cup. "To Tyrion Lannister, friend of the north." The lords echoed her toast. Even the free folk joined in, banging mugs on the tables. Tyrion blinked away tears. "You're all mad, but I thank you, Mamtador." That night, beneath the vast northern sky, Sansa walked the battlements with Jon. The wind was sharp, but the stars were bright, and all the world seemed possible. "Father would be proud," Jon said softly. Sansa smiled, looking down at the heart tree, blooming red against the night. "We did not kneel. We did not die. The North remembers, and so will I." Beneath the new banners, laughter and song rose into the sky, and for a little while, peace held fast. The wounds of winter would never fully close. But the new queen of the North ruled over a land united, scarred but unbroken. A promise to all the world that hope and memory endure, even in the coldest night. Summer crept upon the north like a secret. Sunlight thickening day by day as the land recovered from wounds old and new. The wildflowers spread across the fields where armies once marched, gold and violet and blue between the charred stumps and toppled stones. The wolf banners of House Stark rippled proudly from the turrets of Winterfell, bright against a sky clear as memory. The castle itself was transformed. Men and women sang as they worked, rebuilding the broken towers, mending ancient walls. Children ran laughing across the bailey, dodging tired soldiers and craftsmen alike. The stables filled with sturdy northern horses, the kitchens overflowed with spring greens and the first lambs. In the evenings, the great hall glowed with fire and music, the long shadows of tragedy yielding to stories and laughter. Queen Sansa held court most days beneath the high windows. Her red hair, lit by the sun, had become a symbol to all the north, a beacon, a warning, a promise. Her voice was steady, her justice swift but fair. She forgave much, demanded more. With every decree, she wove her family's honor and her own quiet pain into the fabric of the realm. The old lords, Manderley, Glover, Serwyn, even grim Lady Mormont, deferred to her in word and deed. Tyrion Lannister was never far from her side. The dwarf, whose very name once conjured suspicion, had become indispensable, overseeing trade with the Vale, negotiating with the Iron Islands, drafting laws that balanced the freedom of the free folk with the traditions of the northern houses. He slept little, wrote much, and drank less than he had in King's Landing, though not none. On the day the last section of the outer wall was raised, Sansa summoned all the household, noble and servant alike, to the yard. The sun poured gold across the stones as Jon Snow, tall and somber in black and gray, stood at her right hand, Ghost sitting watchful at his feet. "We remember the darkness," Sansa said, her voice ringing to every corner. "But we do not let it bind us. This wall, this house, this realm, they endure because we endure. We survived the lions, the traitors, and the snows. Let all know. The North stands unbroken." A cheer went up. Jon lifted his sword, a silent salute, and Lady Mormont stamped her staff in approval. Even the free folk bellowed in agreement, Tormund's laugh carrying over all. Afterward, Tyrion slipped away to the Godswood. He sat with his back against the heart tree, staring up at its crimson leaves. He had never truly believed in gods, old or new. Yet he found comfort here, in this place where life grew around bones, and memory blossomed from loss. It was here Sansa found him. "You're hiding," she said, a faint smile at her lips. He shrugged. "I'm savoring. Victory, like good wine, is best enjoyed away from the crowd." She sat beside him, folding her hands in her lap. "You miss your brother?" Tyrion's mouth quirked. "Sometimes. Jaime was my better half, though I'd never admit it to his face." She touched the bark of the heart tree. "You have a place here, Tyrion, if you want it." He looked at her, solemn. "What would you have me be? Steward? Master of whisperers? Fool?" She turned, the sun catching the flecks of gold in her eyes. "Be my hand." Not in jest, in truth. Tyrion stared at her, momentarily at a loss. A Lannister's hand of the North. The world truly is changed. Sansa's smile faded into something gentler. "The world needs changing. I trust you." He bowed his head, feeling an unfamiliar warmth in his chest. "I accept your grace." She squeezed his hand, rose, and walked away into the sunlight. From that day, Tyrion wore a small silver wolf pin on his collar, and his days were full. Petitions and letters, border disputes and trade agreements. He worked closely with Jon, who took charge of the North's defenses, and with Wyman Manderley, who oversaw the harbors. At Sansa's urging, he worked with the wildling chieftains as equals, not vassals. He earned respect from the Ironborn emissaries and the suspicious mountain clans alike. Peace was not without challenges. In the western hills, a band of rogue Lannister knights harassed villages. Jon led a small force to drive them off, riding at night through wind and rain, Ghost at his heels. The outlaws, outnumbered and starving, surrendered. Jon spared their lives, sending them south in chains, a gesture Sansa commended. In White Harbor, Manderley's ships grew fat with trade, and merchants from Bravos and Pentos brought silk, wine, and gold. The Queen's Council, Sansa at its head, Tyrion beside her, Jon, Manderley, Lady Mormont, Royce of the Vale, debated how to use this bounty. Some argued for new keeps, others for repairing old roads. Sansa insisted on grain for every hungry mouth, seed for every burned field. Tyrion encouraged her in this. "Feed your people, and you'll never want for loyalty." One evening, after a day spent reviewing lists of the missing and dead, Sansa lingered in the empty hall. Tyrion found her tracing her fingers over the names carved into the wood of the old benches. Names of Stark men lost at the Green Fork, at the Red Wedding, in the defense of Winterfell. "Sometimes," she whispered, "it feels as if all our victories are only echoes." Tyrion joined her, silent for a long time. "There is no feast without hunger, no spring without winter. The echoes are all we have, but you make something new of them." She smiled softly. "With your help." News traveled slowly, but word of the North's strength and peace eventually reached King's Landing. Cersei, still queen in name but not in spirit, found her coffers drained and her allies cautious. The Tyrells had grown restive. The Martells sent curt replies to every plea for aid, and the Stormlands barely answered at all. Jaime left for Casterly Rock, his heart burdened by guilt and longing. Letters passed between Sansa and the South, each more formal than the last. But there was no talk of war, only uneasy truce. In the east, Daenerys Targaryen, now queen in Meereen, sent a ship bearing gifts of gold and myrrh, with a note in High Valyrian. "For the queen who would not bend, let us keep the world from burning." Sansa's reply was simple: "Let us." In late summer, Jon Snow returned from the Wall. He brought news of peace, no wildlings crossing, no threats from beyond the forest. "The world is tired of killing," he told Sansa, even if it doesn't know it yet. He stayed for a fortnight at Winterfell, sleeping in his old bedchamber, riding with Sansa through the fields of half-grown barley, feasting with the council in the Great Hall. At night, he walked the ramparts with Tyrion, their voices low. "You have a home here, Jon," Tyrion said. "You always will." Jon smiled, rough and shy. "And you. If I had known what a Lannister could be, I'd have judged you less harshly." They clasped hands, two men who had lost everything and found something unexpected in its place. On the morning of Jon's departure, Sansa stood with him at the gates. "Will you stay?" she asked. He shook his head. "The Wall needs men. I'm not made for peace, not yet. But one day, perhaps." She kissed his cheek, tears in her eyes. "You are always my brother." He smiled and rode north, Ghost at his side. Autumn arrived, golden and bountiful. The harvest was richer than any could remember. At the autumn feast, the lords and ladies of the North gathered in Winterfell's great hall. The air buzzed with talk of marriages, of rebuilt keeps, of long journeys made safe by peace. Tyrion sat beside Sansa at the high table. They shared jokes and stories, clapped with the rest as Lady Mormont bested Glover in an arm wrestling match, cheered when Manderley's youngest grandson sang a bawdy song learned from Bravosi's sailors. After the meal, Sansa slipped away to the Godswood, where the first leaves had begun to fall. Tyrion followed at a distance, pausing beneath the heart tree. "Do you ever regret any of it?" she asked, not turning. He considered. "I regret what I've lost, but not where I've come. If I'd never fled King's Landing, if I'd never betrayed my father, I'd never have found my place here." She nodded, looking up at the crimson leaves. "I think I finally understand what Father meant when he said that honor is the small voice that whispers at the end of the day. I did the right thing." He stepped to her side. "You've done the right thing, Sansa Stark. And so have I. For once." "Done." She smiled at him, sunlight dappling her face through the leaves. "Come, my hand. The North needs both our voices." As they returned toward the hall, hand in hand, laughter and music drifted after them. And for the first time in many long years, Winterfell felt truly whole. In the seasons that followed, the Queen's reign grew legendary. Grain stores filled, villages flourished, children grew strong. The wolf banners became more than a memory. They became a symbol to all Westeros of a people who would not break, would not kneel, would not forget. Sansa ruled with wisdom, justice, and a fierce, abiding love for her people. Tyrion served her faithfully, respected by friend and former foe alike. And across the green hills and snowy forests, the story was told. Of the lion who set aside his pride, of the wolf who survived the winter, of the North that remembered and became something greater. And so the song endured. Long after the snow had melted, and the world was born anew. Winter's memory faded in the north, though its shadow never fully lifted from the bones of the land or the hearts of its people. The sunlight that gilded the towers of Winterfell was bright but cool, a northern sun that prized clarity over warmth, and the wind that curled through the godswood and along the battlements still carried the taste of distant snows. Yet everywhere within the castle and beyond, the world seemed to grow lighter, as if the last of the darkness had at last begun to bleed away. The queen's banners, silver direwolf, white weirwood, and the old stark gray, flew side by side from every tower. The free folk banners were hung at the main gates as well, antlered elk, running bear, the blue spiral of the Thens. Each morning, Sansa would walk the yard, nodding to the men and women of every blood who labored there, her presence as much a part of the life of Winterfell as the ringing anvil or the tolling bells. Tyrion Lannister rose early now. His sleep, once troubled by ghosts, grew sounder with each passing week. He spent his mornings with ink and parchment, his afternoons among the markets, his evenings at council or in the company of Sansa and her circle. Evenings in the solar might see a game of Sivas between him and Jon Snow, or Wyman Manderly's booming laughter at a jest, or the quick-witted banter of Lyanna Mormont and the wildling chieftains. Jon himself returned twice that year, staying a month each time, and each visit knit the realms of North and Wall more tightly together. He brought word from the Watch. The wildlings settled well along the Gift. No sign of threats from beyond. Peace with the remaining clans of the far north. Tormund Giantsbane sent a great horn of mead each time, for the little wolf queen, as he called Sansa, and Tyrion drank deep, finding the mead to his liking, the name even more so. The great hall thrummed each night with voices and music. Sansa made certain that all the old customs returned. The harvest feast, the lighting of the winter candles, the blessing of the weirwood for newly born babes. She sat at the head of the table, not as a queen above her people, but as a daughter of Winterfell at their heart. When she laughed, the memory of her father and brothers seemed to echo in the rafters. One night, Tyrion watched her as she held court. The hall was golden with firelight and torch, the shadows rich and deep around every pillar. The lords and ladies, the clan chiefs and the free folk, all gathered in one place, all breaking bread beneath the direwolf. There was peace in that, and pride, and something like joy. Manderly leaned over to Tyrion, eyes crinkling. Never thought I'd see the day. A Lannister at peace in Winterfell. You are a better hand than most men who wore the badge in King's Landing. Man. Tyrion quirked a brow. You never saw me try to manage the crown's accounts. Manderly chortled. We've enough silver in the vaults. Your work is not for coin, but for hope. Hope. The word lingered with Tyrion that night, long after the music had faded and the hall emptied. He walked the ramparts before sleep, watching the pale shimmer of the aurora in the sky. The walls of Winterfell felt unassailable, but it was the strength of those within, their stubbornness, their faith in the old ways and the new, that made the place indomitable. When the autumn winds came, sweeping the first yellow leaves through the godswood, Sansa called another council. She sat before the fire in her solar sunlight at her back, the map of the north spread before her. Around her gathered all her closest advisors. Jon, newly returned from the Wall. Manderly, solemn as ever. Lyanna Mormont, bold and unsparing. Tyrion, with his ink-stained fingers and quick tongue. Jon Royce of the Vale, lean and grayer but fiercely loyal. Sansa traced a finger along the King's Road, now well patrolled by both Stark men and wildling bands. Word from White Harbor says Braavosi traders are growing bolder. They bring ships twice the size of last year's. Good, said Manderly. Let them come. I'd trade 1,000 casks of cod for half the steel they bring. Nenamderal. Let them come, but watch them, Jon said. Braavos is never just a friend, nor are the Ironborn. He tapped the western coast. Asha Greyjoy's men fish our waters. She keeps the peace, but she is still her father's daughter. We have more to fear from Cersei than from Asha, Royce put in, frowning. There are whispers of plots, assassins in Old Town, gold sent to the Stormlands. Sansa's gaze was steady. Let her plot. We have the North, the Wall, the Vale. The world is changing, and we are ready for it. Maestme? Tyrion spoke then, his voice measured. The Queen in the South has fewer friends than she thinks. The Reach and Dorne grow restive. Even the Tarleys grumble. Our best defense is to make ourselves indispensable. Grain for the hungry, steel for the wary, and gold for those who remember where it came from. Lyanna nodded. And if they try to send swords instead of ravens? Jon's hand tightened on the table. Then we show them that the North remembers, and the North is not alone. Many plans were laid for the winter markets, for new forges and watchtowers, for envoys to the Riverlands and the Vale. Sansa listened, questioned, decided. Tyrion advised, wrote, and drafted. Jon and the other lords made ready the musters. But the mood was not fear, only caution, a new kind of peace, strong and awake. Late in the season, an unexpected visitor arrived. Brienne of Tarth, wrapped in blue and silver, sword at her hip. She was welcomed as an honored guest, given rooms in the East Tower, a seat at Sansa's table. She brought news of the South, of quiet strife, simmering unrest, and a realm growing weary of Cersei's pride and the endless memory of war. Brienne knelt before Sansa in the Godswood one morning, snow thick on her pauldrons. I made a vow to your mother, my queen. I have come to fulfill it. Sansa took her hand, her own trembling. You have done more for me than any vow could command. Stay, Brienne. Help us keep the peace. Brienne rose, a rare smile softening her strong features. It would be my honor. As the first snows dusted the land, Winterfell glowed with life. The small folk were fed and safe. The roads were watched. The walls rebuilt stronger than ever. Sansa began to ride out herself, visiting every keep, every village, every clan. She listened to grievances, gave out gifts, welcomed the wildlings and the mountain men alike. Each night, the great fire in the hall was kept burning, a sign that the North would never again be dark. Tyrion often walked with her, listening and advising, sometimes only keeping her company through the cold. The northern people, wary at first, had grown to trust him. His jokes and stories filled the kitchens. His keen eyes missed nothing. Children ran to him in the yard, eager for a tale of dragons or distant Lannisport. One dusk, he sat with Jon on the ramparts, both quiet. You could leave, you know, Jon said softly. No one would blame you, after all you've done. Tyrion shook his head. I have never belonged anywhere so much as here. I am no Stark, but this is my home. Jon smiled, watching Ghost stalk the shadows below. You're more Stark than many who carry the name. Winter turned once more to spring, and the world beyond the Neck watched the North with a wary respect. Cersei remained on her throne, but her reach grew shorter. The Tyrells and Martells bickered, the Ironborn plotted, but none dared breach the new peace of the North. Tyrion's letters found their way to every major court, measured, witty, sometimes barbed, always wise. Sansa's missives, full of northern resolve and grace, were read in Braavos, Old Town, and King's Landing. The Queen's Council became famous for its debates, its unity, its refusal to play the old Southern games. In time, even the Southern bards sang of the Queen who had survived lions and traitors, and winter itself. They sang of her hand, the clever dwarf who had given up all to serve the wolves. They sang of Jon Snow, who guarded the wall and kept the peace with wildlings and men alike, and of the wild, beautiful North, where honor and memory walked side by side, as lasting as stone. And every year, as the snow melted and the sun climbed high, Sansa would ride out beneath the banners of the direwolf and the weirwood. The people would cheer her, and Tyrion would stand at her side, remembering a time when all this seemed impossible. He had found his place in the world, at last, and at peace. The North endured, and so did he, both changed forever, both unbroken. Crisp air and gentle sunlight fell across the courtyards of Winterfell, mingling with the scent of earth and stone and new-mown hay. As the days stretched longer, the whole North seemed to draw breath after years spent braced against winter and war. Banners of the direwolf and weirwood fluttered side by side with the spirals and antlers of the free folk, and the laughter of children echoed through archways where once the boots of invaders had thundered. In the solar, beneath the colored glass, Queen Sansa sat with her council. Maps were spread across the table, fields reclaimed, new bridges built, a tapestry of roads reaching as far as the White Knife and the first green shoots along the King's Road. Manderley traced a finger along the coastline, speaking of ships and tariffs. Lady Mormont pressed for more garrisons along the western hills. Tormund Giantsbane, with his mane of red, urged for another market in the shadow of the wall. Even Lyanna of Bear Island was present, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Tyrion, now as much a fixture as the stonework itself, kept the balance. His quips and questions eased tension, nudged pride into compromise. In the silences he watched Sansa and found himself marveling at the woman she had become. She was every inch a Stark, gracious but unbending, cunning but never cruel, her words woven with both her father's honor and her mother's steel. This morning, the mood was charged with anticipation. Word had come that envoys from the south, representing Casterly Rock, Highgarden, and Old Town, had arrived at White Harbor, bearing gifts and proposals. It was the first time since the war that such a delegation had crossed the neck without swords. Sansa regarded her council, eyes steady. Let them come. Let them see the North is not just surviving. We are building. We are thriving. Ninsamray. Manderley grunted agreement. White Harbor has never seen such trade. They'll find no famine to exploit here, Lady Mormont added. Let them test our strength, not our hunger. Tormund grinned, flashing broken teeth. Let them buy our furs and drink our mead, and mayhap they'll leave with their heads spinning. Tyrion tapped the table. It is a victory greater than any battle, Your Grace. To have them come as guests and not as conquerors. But we must remember, southern smiles often hide southern knives. Sansa nodded, her lips curving into a small smile. That is why I have my hand. Preparations began at once. The kitchens hummed with activity, smoke from roasting meat and fresh-baked bread curling up to the ramparts. Masons and carpenters worked into the night to repair every visible stone. Sansa sent riders to every nearby village, inviting elders and craftsmen, singers and bards, so the Southerners would see the true face of the North. On the day of the delegation's arrival, banners flew from every tower. Sansa herself met the Southerners in the yard. Lord Redwine, lean and sharp-eyed, representing Old Town. Sir Martin Lannister, gold cloak gleaming, and Lady Maris Tyrell, elegant and self-assured. Each dismounted with courtesy, eyes flicking from the vast rebuilt walls to the knots of free folk and northern children, who ran and played without fear. Sansa greeted each with measured warmth, and Tyrion, who'd known Lord Redwine from the small council in King's Landing, exchanged a sly wink with the old lord. The Southerners were housed in comfortable chambers, treated to feasts, where the courses blended northern fare with the herbs and sweetmeats of the Reach. Musicians played both southern ballads and free folk hornpipes. Ale and mead flowed like rivers. At council, the Southerners made their case. Trade, alliances, perhaps even marriages in time. Sir Martin Lannister offered gold and the promise of peace. Lady Maris Tyrell brought seeds of rare southern fruits, suggesting gardens that might, with care, survive the northern cold. Lord Redwine spoke of ships and the opening of new ports. Each proposal was met with questions and careful deliberation. Tyrion's counsel was ever at Sansa's side, bold when needed, skeptical when warranted. Lady Mormont bristled at any hint of southern arrogance. Manderley asked after tariffs and grain. Tormund declared he would trade furs for southern wine, but only if he could sample every cask first. In private, Sansa and Tyrion spoke late into the night. They see us as a prize again, Sansa said, but not as prey. They know what the North can do, and more, what it cannot be forced to do, Tyrion replied. They are not blind. The world is shifting. And will you help me shift it further? She asked. He smiled, more softly than she'd ever seen. Until my last breath, Your Grace. Outside the halls, the North's slow transformation quickened. Villages grew, Old roads widened. Free folk built timber halls, and herds of shaggy cattle multiplied in the new grasslands near the wall. The old suspicions faded, if not to fondness, then to a wary respect. Jon Snow rode between the wall and Winterfell, conferring with Tormund and the Watch, training young men in arms and justice. Sansa's presence outside the castle became a symbol of peace. She visited harvest festivals, danced with elders at the midsummer fires, broke bread with the poorest crofters and the proudest clans. Tales spread of the queen who listened, who could recite the names of every village on the White Knife, who knew the free folk's customs and the songs of the Vale. One afternoon in the Godswood, Tyrion found Sansa sitting on a fallen log, a young girl of the free folk weaving flowers into her hair. Ghost lay nearby, watchful and calm. "They look to you as if you were a dream given flesh," Tyrion said. Sansa smiled at the girl, then at him. "I am no dream. I am the North, and I mean to see it whole." He hesitated. "And if the South sends its knives?" She wove a blue flower through her braids. "Then they will find the North has teeth. But I think they are weary of blood. Even Cersei Lannister's fury cannot last forever." Tyrion watched her, pride swelling in his chest. "You have become all the South fears and all the North hopes. If I were a cleverer man, I would write your story in gold. Write it in kindness and memory," Sansa said. "Write it so no one ever forgets what we survived and what we built from it." As autumn waned, the southern envoys prepared to depart. A final feast was held, rich and boisterous. Lord Redwine raised a cup to Sansa and her council. "The North is a kingdom reborn. May it prosper. May we call you friend, not foe." Lady Tyrell pledged a bond between the green gardens of the Reach and the snowy fields of the North. Sir Martin Lannister offered peace, for as long as peace is wanted on both sides. As their banners faded down the King's Road, Sansa walked the battlements with Tyrion. "We have turned the page," she said, voice trembling with relief and wonder. "We are no longer the hunted." He offered her his arm, and she took it. "You are the North, Sansa, and well, perhaps I am at last what I was meant to be. Not a lion in a den of lions, but a hand among wolves." They laughed together, easy and unafraid. The winter that followed was mild, but the North did not sleep. Trade flourished, new halls rose in the wilds. Even old Nan, ancient as the walls, declared it the best year she could remember. Peace was not perfect. There were still quarrels, still small raids from the restless Ironborn, still hungry mouths. But every challenge met with a counsel, not a blade. Brienne of Tarth trained Sansa's new household guard, a mix of northern women, free folk, and even Vale men. Gendry, visiting from the Riverlands, helped craft new tools for the forges. Arya Stark, word came, had sailed west, but sent ravens with news of distant, unknown lands. Jon Snow, older and grayer, returned to serve as Sansa's Lord Marshal. His affection for his sister and his friendship with Tyrion was a foundation upon which all else was built. On the longest night, as snow fell thick and silent, Sansa called her court to the great hall. She spoke not of war or revenge, but of memory, and of gratitude for survival. The torches burned bright. Songs rose to the rafters. Tyrion, hand of the queen, sat beside her, his heart lighter than it had ever been. "We did not win by sword alone," Sansa declared. "We won by holding fast to each other, by remembering who we are. The North endures and the North grows, and as long as I draw breath, it will never be divided again." The cheers shook the stone and rattled the icicles on the windows. And so the North's new story was written, in grain and laughter, in the sweat of labor and the glow of hope. Tyrion penned chronicles in his spidery script, ensuring every child born in this peace would know what it cost and what it meant. Winterfell's halls rang with joy, and even the ghosts of the old king seemed at rest. Long after, when songs were sung of the queen who did not kneel, and the hand who found a home among wolves, people remembered. And as each spring brought new green and new stories, the North remained, steadfast, unbroken, and free. E.K. When the first heavy snows of the new winter came, they fell not as a threat, but as a blessing. In the lanes of Winterfell, children threw icy handfuls in play, their laughter echoing along rebuilt walls. Men labored over steaming loaves in kitchens bright with fresh-washed linen, while traders from White Harbor and Hardhome unpacked barrels of dried fish, honey, and fine Bravosi lace. Beneath the ancient towers, the warmth of peace and kinship made the long nights not burdens, but opportunities for gathering and tales. Sansa watched the snow swirl from the Queen's solar, the windows latticed with frost. She wore a cloak of white wool, trimmed in gray fur, and her hair was braided in the new style of her realm. Northern for one strand, southern for the other, bound at the end by a circlet of weirwood berries. She traced the breath-misted pane with a finger, her mind drifting as she watched Tyrion below, his steps sure on the stones, as he moved among a group of free folk traders, listening, laughing, ever careful to nod to the children who offered him apples and sweet cakes. He looked up, caught her eye, and smiled, saluting with his cane. Sansa turned away, a flush warming her cheeks despite the chill. How different this world was from the one they had inherited. She summoned her council, as she did each week, to review the work of their peace. The table was bright with maps, reports, and even flowers from the glass gardens. An old Stark legacy Jon and Gendry had restored with wildling help. Wyman Manderley's new beard gleamed with salt and oil. Lyanna Mormont looked even more formidable than the stories told. Tormund, still wild but somehow softer, spoke for the free folk, and Brienne sat quietly, her presence a silent pledge of protection. Tyrion, as Hand, called the meeting to order. He distributed missives from the Riverlands, the Vale, even from distant Dorne. Braavos offers a new trade compact, he announced, and the Reach would send more grain if we'll send back 100 barrels of northern mead. Lord Redwine wants our timber for ships. Bern and the Ironborn? Sansa asked, voice even. Tyrion flicked through his notes. Asha Greyjoy says her raiders will harass us no more if we'll allow her fishermen a safe anchorage for the winter at Cape Kraken. Jon nodded from his place by the hearth. Better to have them anchored than raiding. Wyman Manderley rumbled, and they spend coin when they're not stealing sheep. Lady Mormont scowled but agreed. So long as they mind their manners, let them trade. But the first theft, and they're out. Sansa moved the meeting briskly through law and larder, roads and rivers, then brought up the southern question. Cersei has not replied to our last message. Her cousin, Sir Martin, writes that the crown wishes peace, but no truce has been signed. Tyrion's mouth twisted. Cersei will never kneel, but so long as her lords grow fat and quiet, she will not cross the neck. Let us send gifts for her name day, and keep her guessing. Jon spoke quietly. What of Daenerys? The news from the east grows strange. Dragons in the night sky, ships in the summer sea. Sansa's face grew thoughtful. If Daenerys ever sails for Westeros, she may come as conqueror, or as queen seeking allies. We must be ready for either. The council murmured assent. Tormund raised a cup. The North is ready for any dragon, as long as we stand together. Sansa ended the council with a blessing in the old tongue. When they rose, Tyrion lingered, shuffling his papers and humming a tune. She stepped to his side. You've made yourself a Northman at last. Tyrion bowed. It is easier to be loyal here than in any court I've known. She led him through the winding passages to the library, where ancient tomes and new ledgers lay open on tables. Sansa touched a roll of recent laws. It isn't only the peace, it's the trust. You earned it, Tyrion, in ways my family could not have foreseen. He looked at her, gentle for once. And you, my queen, have given me the purpose I never found elsewhere. She reached out, almost shy, and took his hand. Come walk with me. They passed through the Godswood, boots crunching in snow. Sansa breathed the cold air deeply, then led Tyrion past the heart tree, where red sap gleamed like blood, and old prayers slept in the bark. Ghost appeared from between the roots, accepted a scratch from Tyrion, and loped away, white as the snow itself. A pair of girls ran by, hair streaming, their laughter wild. Sansa watched them go, eyes shining. "We're building something new," she said. "Not just for Starks, but for all the North, free folk, mountain clans, fishermen and wildlings, even Ironborn. I want a realm where they can all belong." Tyrion glanced up, serious now. "You're building a kingdom from the bones of war. Few have ever done so. Fewer have succeeded." "I will," Sansa replied softly. "With your help, with Jon's, with Manderless, with every child who learns these walls are home." They stopped at the garden where the glass house gleamed, new buds showing green beneath the warm panes. "I used to dream of the South," Sansa said, "of court and banners and lords kneeling to me. Now, I dream of fields and children's laughter, of justice that needs no sword." Tyrion smiled. "A good dream, my queen. One worth fighting for." "Mendero." She squeezed his hand, then let go, watching as the light caught the snowflakes. "We still must be wary. The world remembers the North's strength, but it also remembers its solitude. There will be more envoys, more offers. Some will be poison. Let me taste for you," Tyrion said lightly, then more seriously. "Let me keep the council wise, the walls strong, and the larders full. Let us, be the shield that keeps this dream alive." She nodded, and for a moment, peace settled like another snowfall. Winter deepened, but the North endured. The courts of the South and East sent their gifts, their spies, their offers of alliance and gold. Each was welcomed politely. Each answered with courtesy and cunning. Trade blossomed with the Vale and Bravos. White Harbor's fleet doubled in size, and iron-born silver flowed into the coffers of Winterfell. The wildlings prospered. Tormund's people built sturdy houses near the shivering forest, and Val taught the Starks new ways to catch and smoke fish. Jon kept the walls peace, riding often to Winterfell with news and counsel, his presence a source of calm for all. There were threats too. Twice, hired swords tried to slip across the moors, mercenaries from the Stormlands seeking to kill or steal. Both times, Lady Mormont's scouts found them first. Brienne and her guards rode out, took the intruders alive, and sent them back with nothing but their own shame. Tyrion continued to serve with wit and wisdom. His letters to King's Landing were masterworks of ambiguity, each one leaving Cersei guessing. His reports from White Harbor and Bear Island gave Sansa the edge she needed to outthink her rivals. In the evenings he told stories by the fire, drawing laughter from even the sternest mountain men. One night, as snow beat against the windows, he dined with Jon and Sansa, the three of them alone in the solar. Jon lifted his cup. "To peace, hard-won and well-kept." Sansa touched her cup to his. "To family, and those we choose as well as those we are born to." Tyrion finished the toast. "To the North, may it endure as it always has." They drank, and the fire crackled, and for a time, the world outside faded away. As the seasons turned, new children were born in Winterfell. Their names, Arya, Ned, Lyanna, Gendry, Jon, carried old memories and new hope. The Queen's court grew into a household of laughter, learning, and song. The free folk taught their games, the southern tutors taught their letters, and Sansa herself presided over lessons in justice and history. By the time the first thaw came, the council had grown stronger still. Brienne's new guard patrolled the roads. Manderly's ships reached all the way to Bravos. Tormund's son married a girl of the Blackwoods, sealing an alliance long thought impossible. The world beyond the neck watched the North, first with suspicion, then with envy, then with admiration. And always, at the heart of it, stood Sansa and Tyrion, the wolf and the lion, joined not by fear or necessity, but by the slow, certain growth of trust and shared purpose. On the first clear night of spring, Sansa stood atop the tower with Tyrion at her side. The North spread below them like a story newly written. "Do you ever think of leaving?" she asked, voice low. He shook his head. "This is my home now. For the first time, I have chosen where I belong." She smiled, fierce and proud. "Then let us shape this place together. Let it be a home for all who come after." As the stars turned above, Winterfell glowed with firelight and life. The snows melted, rivers flowed, and the north, unbroken and undaunted, endured. The queen in her hand watched the future unfold, ready for whatever song the next season would bring. Okay. Sunlight danced across the towers of Winterfell as a pale spring swept over the north, pushing aside the last icy veils of winter. Runnels of meltwater sang through the castle gutters and poured in silver streams down to the White Knife, whose banks were choked with the laughter of children, northern and wildling alike, racing hominade boats along the currents. In the lower yards, traders from White Harbor bartered with free folk, Braavosi merchants, and a few hard-bitten ironborn, their voices blending into the tapestry of the new peace. Sansa Stark, Queen of the North, stood on her balcony overlooking it all. Her gaze swept the banners. The direwolf, the crowned weirwood, the blue spiral of the Thens, the salmon of the Tullys, and the black and gold of House Baratheon, sent from Storm's End as an emblem of cautious friendship. Above them all, the soft wind tugged at her own cloak, lined with fur and embroidered with threads of red and silver. She turned from the balustrade, entering the warm bustle of her solar. Tyrion was there already, poring over a sheaf of Braavosi contracts, his face intent. The firelight caught the silver wolf's head at his collar, a token she herself had given him years ago, when the wounds of war still bled and the world seemed always a day from falling. Now he wore it openly, and it was known from the fingers to the last hearth that Tyrion Lannister, once a lion's shadow, had become the hand of the queen in the north. He looked up and grinned as she entered. 3 ships arrived from Pentos last night. They brought saffron, sweet wine, and a pair of minstrels who claimed to know 3 languages and all the rude songs ever sung in Lys. Sour. Sansa smiled, taking her seat across from him. Let's hope they know a few clean ones as well. The children are learning far too much already from Tormund's lot. Tyrion's laughter brightened the room. Tormund claims he'll have half the north howling at the moon before midsummer's night, and the rest teaching the wildlings how to tend sheep and till the land. There are worse fates. Sansa reached for a letter, the seal broken, her smile fading a shade. Lord Redwine writes of unrest in Old Town. The Reach grows restless. Queen Cersei's taxes have turned friends to rivals. Even the maesters grow bold enough to grumble openly. Tyrion nodded, serious again. Cersei's grip is slipping, but she's still dangerous. She's made no move north, but her gold buys daggers in the shadows. It's safer to remain her rival than her ally. Sansa rested her chin on her hand. I wonder if she thinks of me, of what the North has become. She must, Tyrion said. A queen in the North, a Lannister as hand, a peace that's more than a truce. It must burn her worse than wildfire. Them. Sansa's eyes shone with quiet satisfaction. Let it. We did not kneel. We did not break. That afternoon, the council convened in the Great Hall, no longer a place of fear, but one of open debate and shared bread. Jon Snow was there, fresh from the wall, cloak dusty from travel and ghost at his heels. Lady Mormont, fierce as ever, stood by the hearth with her Bear Island kin. Wyman Manderly sent word from White Harbor. His ships prospered, and the town bustled with new trade. Tormund Giantsbane sat at the foot of the table, already deep into a mug of strong northern ale. Sansa listened to the reports. Grain yields up, free folk settlements thriving, mountain clans content. The roads were safe, the bridges rebuilt. The people, if not always happy, were at least hopeful. Gendry, now Lord of Storm's End, had written again with talk of alliances and trade. Even the Iron Islands had sent envoys. Asha Greyjoy herself, who raised a mug in toast and swore no more raids on the north, only honest barter. The old rivalries had not vanished, but the work of seasons, careful justice, wise laws, and generous hands had laid their ghosts to rest. Sansa's council ruled not by edict, but by consensus. The free folk spoke with the same voice as the highborn, and Brienne of Tarth, knight and captain, was as honored as any lord. When the business was done, Sansa rose and addressed them all. The North is strong because we are many, and we are different. We have learned from each other. Let the South look to their walls and their coins. We will look to our future. So long as one child laughs in these halls, so long as the rivers run, the North will endure. Nemdero. There was a great cheer. Tormund leapt atop the table, ale sloshing. To the Queen in the North. Even Jon smiled, rare and honest. Spring turned quickly that year, the green creeping into the godswood and across the fields beyond the walls. At the glass gardens, Gendry's new forges sent up steady plumes of smoke, while Arya's raven brought news from the far west. Strange islands, windswept and wild, but no armies, no dragons, only hope and discovery. Brienne drilled the young guards, boys and girls, northern and wildling, teaching them sword and shield, and the quiet dignity of service. Sansa often watched, recalling her own lessons, how much she had learned from Brienne. That courage need not be cruel, that kindness and steel could dwell in the same heart. Tyrion, meanwhile, found new duties in every season. He oversaw the writing of a new code of law, one that bound all who lived within the North, regardless of birth. He negotiated with Braavos, with the Vale, with the Riverlands. He answered Cersei's letters with wit and caution, always 2 steps ahead. His wit, once a blade honed for court, became a tool for justice and healing. One evening, Sansa found him on the ramparts, staring north as twilight bled across the sky. "Trouble sleeping?" she asked softly. He shook his head, just thinking of all that's come to pass, of what might still come. Sansa joined him, hands resting on the cold stone. "What do you see, Tyrion, when you look to the horizon?" He took a long breath. A land that could outlast the South, the dragons, even winter itself. A land where a dwarf can be a hand, where a girl can become queen, and where ghosts find peace. "Dion," Sansa smiled, leaning into the breeze. "We did not choose these roads, you and I, but we made them ours." "Perhaps that is all anyone can do," Tyrion said. "Survive, endure, build something that lasts." The days grew longer still, and spring's promise became summer's abundance. The North hosted its first midsummer fair in living memory. People came from every corner, wildlings and Starks, free folk and Manderlys, mountain clans and Braavosi merchants. The main square was strung with lanterns and banners, the air filled with music and laughter, and the sense of honey cake and roast venison. Jon judged the games. Arya's childhood friend Hot Pie won the pie-baking contest. Tormund drank enough mead to make even the wildlings groan, and Lady Mormont arm-wrestled 3 men in succession before declaring the ale southern swill. Sansa danced beneath the lanterns with the children and with Brienne, and, finally, with Tyrion, their laughter mingling with the music as the moon rose high above the walls. In a quiet moment, she drew Tyrion aside. "I never thought I would dance in peace, or that I would laugh and mean it." He bowed, eyes bright. "You brought peace, my queen. You brought laughter back to Winterfell." She squeezed his hand. "You helped me hold it. Never let me go, Tyrion. Not while there is breath in my body." He kissed her fingers, chaste and full of gratitude. "Never." When the fair ended, the world returned to its business, but nothing was quite the same. Friendships forged, trust strengthened, old wounds gently healing. Cersei sent more letters, some sharp, some pleading, but Sansa and Tyrion answered them all with patience and pride. As the leaves began to edge gold, the Vale sent new envoys, bringing grain and gifts. The Riverlands wrote with offers of mutual defense. Even from Old Town and the Reach, small tokens came: casks of wine, bundles of rare herbs, a letter from Samwell Tarly, praising the new laws of the North. On a day of rare warmth, Sansa sat beneath the heart tree, children and dogs chasing each other through the roots. Tyrion sat nearby, scrolls in his lap, a smile softening his features. Sansa looked to him, content. "This is the realm I dreamed of when I was a girl in the songs. It is not perfect, but it is mine." He nodded, thoughtful. "You have made something worthy of legend, Sansa. And you did it not by ruling in fear, but in hope." She closed her eyes, breathing the green-scented air. "We will keep it, Tyrion, for them, for all who come after." He watched the children play, the sunlight tangled in their hair, and felt, for the first time, utterly at peace. And so the North endured. As years passed, the halls of Winterfell echoed with voices new and old. Stories of pain and triumph, of wolves and dragons, of queens who would not kneel, and the hand who walked beside her. The South changed and struggled, but the North remained a beacon, a realm built not on conquest, but on memory, forgiveness, and stubborn, living hope. Every spring, Sansa and Tyrion walked the Godswood together, watching the heart tree blossom anew, and every year the promise was renewed. The North would never forget, never falter, never yield. And so their song became legend, sung not only in Winterfell, but in every hall where hope was needed, and every home where the memory of winter was the memory of survival and love. AJ. The next years brought growth, and growth brought change. The North, which had once seemed as permanent as stone and ice, transformed beneath Sansa's reign and Tyrion's careful hand. The wild moors yielded to new fields and orchards. Long-abandoned villages sent up smoke again as old bloodlines returned, drawn home by the promise of peace and fair rule. At harvest, the roads thronged with wagons. Grain from the Barrowlands, trout from the White Knife, barrels of mead and salt cod, and even, now and then, a cask of fine arbor gold, won through clever trade. Every autumn, as the first frost silvered the grass, Winterfell's gates stood open for the harvest festival. Hundreds crowded the yards and halls. Lords and clan chiefs, free folk in bear furs and wildlings in bright spun cloth, laughing Braavosi merchants and dour iron-born. Lanterns hung from every rafter. The halls alive with the thunder of boots, the clatter of tankards, the sound of pipes and fiddles, and the deep-throated singing of the North. Sansa was at the center of it all, moving from table to table, greeting every guest by name, sharing wine and stories. She knew the old men's wives, the shepherds' children, the secret feuds and silent griefs of every family. Where she could, she mended what was broken. Where she could not, she remembered. No lord or chieftain dared raise a hand against his neighbor, while her gaze might fall upon him. Tyrion, always with a cup of sour red and a twinkle in his eye, wove through the chaos. He traded news with Braavosi, settled disputes in 3 languages, and remembered to set aside the best roast for the queen's hounds. The children loved him best of all. He taught them dice games and riddles, and told tales of lions and dragons, of lost Valyria and the cunning of his own youth. Each year, he watched them grow stronger and braver, the living proof of all their labor. The council too had changed. Jon Snow, no longer Lord Commander, kept the wall but came south more often, his hair dusted with gray, but his voice still steady as the wind. Brienne sat on Sansa's right hand, her sword across her knees, training a new generation of guards who served with both honor and kindness. Wyman Manderly sent his grandsons now, tall and clever, eager to make their own names in trade and council. Lady Mormont's voice remained fierce, though she laughed more freely now, and sometimes even shared a jest with Tormund, who spoke with authority for the free folk. There were new faces. Lord Gendry Baratheon of Storm's End, lean and plain-spoken, who visited often, bringing word from the south and always stopping first to see Arya's monument in the Godswood. Bal, who led the wildlings south of the wall, and Davos Seaworth, now an honored guest, advising both Sansa and Gendry as he once had Jon. Even Samwell Tarly visited in summer, laden with books and children, his eyes shining with happiness. No single voice ruled the council. It was a chorus, sometimes loud, often contentious, always searching for the best course. Sansa led with patience and clarity, never above her lords, always before them. One autumn, a minor border dispute flared into violence, mountain clans against free folk, old wounds reopened by pride and drink. Sansa rode north with Brienne and Tyrion at her side, meeting each clan in turn. She listened, judged, forgave, and when forgiveness was not enough, she imposed a new law. A council of clan elders, Northmen and wildlings together, to settle all such quarrels before they spilled blood. The system worked, and soon became tradition. Peace was not always easy, But it was possible, and every year it grew stronger, as memory faded and trust was slowly earned. The wider world shifted too. Cersei's reign in the south crumbled as her health failed, and her gold ran thin. The Tyrells asserted themselves again. Dorne drifted closer to Braavos, and Gendry's hold on the Stormlands grew surer with each passing year. King's Landing sent envoys. Some friendly, some not. Sansa replied to all, but trusted none. She sent wheat and salt pork to the starving south, but never soldiers, and she never bowed. Daenerys Targaryen, her dragons aging but formidable, ruled across the narrow sea, but never sailed for Westeros again. Her letters to Sansa were warm but cautious. Two queens at peace, worlds apart. Arya, ever restless, became the stuff of song and rumor. Once a year, a letter arrived. Tales of new lands, wild seas, strange peoples. Her name was invoked in every home where a girl learned to ride, or a boy was taught the bow. Time made its changes. The children of Winterfell grew, Jon's nephews, Arya's namesakes, Sansa's fosterlings, all raised together in the broad yards and shadowed halls. They learned the sword from Brienne, the hunt from Jon, the lore of the wild from Tormund and Val Doyle. Sansa herself took joy in teaching them. Not only their letters and numbers, but the old stories and the new songs, the meaning of banners and the wisdom of wolves. On quiet nights, Tyrion sat with her before the fire, reading aloud from books brought north by Sam or copied by the scribes of White Harbor. Sometimes they planned the next year's feast or drafted laws. Sometimes they said nothing at all. The comfort between them was deeper than words. The knowledge that their burdens were shared, that their scars, old and new, made them kin as surely as blood. One winter, Tyrion fell ill. A fever that lasted a week. Sansa never left his side, tending him through fever dreams and nightmares, her hand cool on his brow. When he woke, weak but smiling, she wept in relief. "I'm not ready to lose you," she whispered. "Not now. Not ever." He squeezed her hand, rough and warm. "You won't, not until you send me away." She shook her head, fierce as any wolf. "You belong here, Tyrion. Always." "Damn so." He recovered, and that spring the council declared a festival of gratitude. The halls rang with song. The wildlings brewed their strongest mead. Even the usually stern Lady Mormont danced. One year, at the first green of spring, Jon Snow stood at Sansa's side atop the ramparts. They watched the roads, the fields, the rivers, the gathering life that had come from all corners to call Winterfell home. "You've done what none before you could," Jon said softly. "Father would be proud." Sansa looked out across her realm, her eyes clear and steady. "I have not done it alone. You, Brienne, Tyrion, even the free folk. It was all of us." "Nan." Jon shook his head. "It was you who made us believe it could be done." Tyrion joined them, rubbing his knuckles, watching the future unspool across the hills. "The North will endure," he said, "so long as memory and hope live together." They stood together as the sun broke through the clouds, painting the castle in gold and green. A world remade through loss and labor and love. Years later, bards would sing of the Queen in the North and her wise hand, of the peace they built and the realm they healed, of a land where the wolf and the lion, the bear and the wildling, all found a place, where the children played in peace and the old wounds slowly, stubbornly closed. Sansa's reign was long, marked by hard winters and green summers, by laughter and tears, and a peace hard-won and well-kept. Tyrion served her always, his counsel growing only keener, his love for the North as enduring as its ancient stones. When at last the time came, it was not with fear or grief but with celebration. The passing of one season into another, the promise that what they built would last, not because it was strong, but because it was wise and kind and remembered. Winterfell's gates were never closed again. Not in war, not in peace, not to any who came in friendship or need. And the North, unbroken and undaunted, stood as a beacon to all the realm, a story of what could be, if only people remembered who they were, and dared to hope for something more. Okay. The years spun on, each new season another thread in the tapestry that Queen Sansa and her council had begun. Spring's lush promise yielded to a golden summer, the fields around Winterfell heavy with rye and barley, the woods alive with birdsong and the laughter of children. The warmth lingered long that year, stretching into an autumn of fat orchards and overflowing cellars. And it seemed to all who walked the yards and halls that the long shadow of the past had finally given way to a future, as bright as the banners flung from every rampart. Winterfell's towers, once black with fire and blood, gleamed in the sunlight, their scars now cloaked in ivy and new mortar. The godswood had grown wild and lush. Branches arched protectively over the ancient heart tree, and the glass gardens were thick with the red blossoms of apples and the sweet white bells of the wild north. The market square pulsed with energy each day. Fur traders from Skagos, smiths from the Barrowlands, free folk offering wild honey and skins, and ships from White Harbor offloading barrels of salted cod and Tyroshi dyes. Even Braavosi coins circulated openly now, and the laughter of Braavosi sailors mingled with northern voices in every end. Sansa presided over her realm with confidence, her word trusted from the lonely hills to the mouth of the White Knife. Her voice, once gentle and hesitant, now rang with the quiet authority of lived experience. The Queen's court was open to all, and folk came from every corner, petitioners with small complaints, wildling chiefs seeking wisdom, even old enemies with new hopes. Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the North, had found his rhythm in the snow and sunlight. No longer a foreigner or a curiosity, he was as much a part of Winterfell as the cracked flagstones, or the scent of baked bread drifting from the kitchens. His laughter had become famous, his sharp wit sought after in the council chamber and the alehouse alike. He spent his mornings in the solar, sorting through sheaves of parchment. New laws, trade agreements, letters from the south. Each afternoon he walked the walls with Jon or Brienne, discussing defense, old stories, and sometimes only the color of the sky. Children, who once peered at him shyly, now ran to greet him, begging for tales of dragons and lions. One hot morning, as the fair reached its height, Sansa found Tyrion in the library, frowning over a letter. "Another puzzle from Old Town?" she teased, settling beside him in the sunlight. He waved the parchment, smiling. "No, my queen. Merely a thank you from Lord Gendry for the shipment of northern timber. He's building a new dock at Storm's End and claims it'll stand longer than the Seven Kingdoms." Sansa laughed. "If it lasts as long as this peace, it will serve him well." She grew thoughtful. "Sometimes it frightens me, Tyrion. How much depends on our choices, how easily it could all be lost." He met her gaze, steady and sure. "Nothing worth keeping is ever safe, Sansa. But the North is not built on fear, it's built on memory, on people willing to hold together, even when the winds rise." She took his hand, their fingers entwined for a moment. "Promise me you'll always tell me when I'm wrong, even if it stings." "I will," he said, "and you will thank me for it. Eventually." Or no. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the distant pines, Sansa called a feast in the great hall. The tables groaned beneath roasts and stews, pies thick with summer fruit, kegs of Manderley ale, and the spicy, rich fare brought north by Braavosi and Tyroshi traders. Minstrels played in the galleries, their melodies weaving the old songs and new together. Brienne sparred with free folk warriors for the delight of the crowd. Tormund told stories that made even Lady Mormont blush and laugh. Jon sat at Sansa's left hand, his hair now shot through with gray, his face lined by time and contentment. He shared tales of the wall and the peace he had kept there, of the wildlings who now lived as neighbors in kin. Gendry Baratheon, broad-shouldered and sunburnt, brought news of the southern coasts, the rebuilding of Storm's End, and Arya's latest letter, another tale of distant seas. Kindness is done, and wrongs righted. As dusk deepened, Sansa rose, goblet in hand, her voice strong as the banners overhead. Years ago, this hall was filled with sorrow and silence. We feared for our lives, and for the lives of those we loved, but we did not give in to fear. We built something new from the ashes. The North stands free, not because we are the fiercest, but because we are the most steadfast. Let every song sung here remind us that what we share, love, labor, hope, binds us more surely than blood or banners. Nesten. She raised her cup, and the hall thundered in response. The Queen in the North, the Queen in the North. Tyrion, seated at her right, stood and bowed low, his own voice joining the chorus. After the feast, Sansa walked the godswood with Tyrion, the moonlight silver on the snowless grass. The heart tree's red leaves trembled in the soft breeze, and the air smelled of apple blossoms and old earth. "You were right, you know," she said, her tone almost playful, "when you said we would never truly win by the sword." Tyrion's voice was quiet. "A wise woman taught me that the most lasting victories are those that endure in the hearts of people, not in castles or coin." Sansa slipped her hand into his. "I want you to promise me something, Tyrion. Anything, my queen. If the world turns again, if the winds grow cold and dark, you'll stay. You'll remind me, of what matters." He nodded, his grip steady and gentle. "I will stay. I will remember. And so will the North." There were always new challenges. One spring, a blight threatened the barley fields, and famine loomed. Sansa sent messengers across the north and to the riverlands, seeking aid and offering what they could in trade. Tyrion coordinated the response, turning Manderley's great cellars into emergency storehouses, arranging fair shares even among the poorest. In the end, the North endured. When a group of exiled Ironborn attempted a raid near the Lonely Hills, Lady Mormont and Brienne led the defense, driving them off without bloodshed. Sansa sent the captured raiders home with gifts of bread and fish, and a warning. The North punished cruelty with mercy, but never twice. Other years brought new faces and ideas. A maester from Old Town, a woman who had studied under Samwell Tarly, arrived with her apprentices, teaching medicine and healing in the villages. New forges were built at the edge of the woods, and Tyrion, always impatient with waste, established a system to collect and reuse the scraps. Children of free folk and highborn, wildling and fisher, all learned together in the castle schools. Sansa often visited, sometimes reading to the littlest ones, or watching as the teachers acted out old stories in the courtyard. Jon Snow's visits became less frequent, but always welcome. The wall no longer divided north from south, but was kept strong as a symbol of vigilance, not fear. Wildlings rode with watchmen, the woods between the wall and Winterfell now alive with small farms, and the distant smoke of safe hearths. On one such visit, Jon and Sansa walked the ramparts as they had in youth. "Do you ever miss the old days?" Sansa asked, gazing out across the gentle hills. Jon's smile was wistful. "Sometimes, but I do not miss the cold, or the fear, or the sense that we were only waiting to be broken. What you have done here, Sansa, you gave them more than hope. You gave them a home." "Dimson." Sansa squeezed his hand. "You helped me build it." He shook his head. "You taught me what it means to forgive. I never understood that before." Sansa's eyes filled, but she did not let the tears fall. "We forgive because we must. The North cannot live forever with a sword in its hand." As the years passed, more festivals were held. At the annual Midsummer Games, Tyrion presided as judge over riddles and tales. Children competed in archery and horse races, the wildlings bringing their own contests of strength and climbing. Lady Mormont arm wrestled every challenger and rarely lost. Brienne's squires, boys and girls, all rode in the tilts. Even old enemies returned. Asha Greyjoy sent her nephew as a guest. Lord Redwine's daughter married a free folk boy. News from the south spoke of shifting allegiances, but the north kept its distance, content and whole. And so the years rolled on. The realm of Sansa and Tyrion's, making growing ever more distinct, an island of memory, mercy, and resolve. The bards who traveled from River Run and Gulltown began to write new songs, not just of wolves and battles, but of laughter in winter, of open gates and long, gentle peace. One night, long after the last song had faded, Sansa and Tyrion sat together in the lantern-lit godswood. The air was heavy with the scent of leaves and the distant, sweet hum of the river. Sansa leaned against him, warm and tired. What will they say of us when we are gone? She wondered aloud. Tyrion stroked her hand. They'll say you were the queen who did not break, and that I was the Lannister who found a home in the wolf's den. She smiled, turning her face to the night. And what will we remember? He thought for a long moment, then answered. The laughter, the children, the green of spring after winter, and the warmth of this place when the world was cold. They sat together, silent, as the wind moved gently through the heart tree, scattering a shower of red leaves across their feet. And for as long as the sun rose over the hills and the rivers flowed past Winterfell's walls, their legacy, hope hard won, peace well kept, endured, alive in every heart that called the North home. A brisk autumn wind swept through the stone corridors of Winterfell, rattling banners and tugging at the furs of men and women hurrying to the warmth of their work. The world outside had grown brilliant with color. Scarlet maples, golden birch, purple heather blooming amid the last green grass. The harvest was nearly done, and every wagon that creaked through the gates brimmed with grain, apples, smoked fish, and fat hares from the hills. The north feasted, the cellars brimmed, and the halls rang with stories not of war, but of plenty. Sansa stood in the yard at sunrise, her cheeks stung red by the wind. All around her, the castle came to life. In the archery field, young wildlings and Northmen practiced side by side, their shouts blending in friendly rivalry. From the kitchens, the scent of fresh bread rose on the air, and on the walkways above, Brienne drilled her squires in swordplay while Lady Mormont looked on, shouting corrections and encouragement with equal gusto. Inside the walls, Tyrion conferred with the Master of Coin, the scarred Brivosi merchant Ricasso, and old Maester Allen. They debated tariffs and tithes, squabbled over casks of Taroshi wine, and agreed on grain shipments for the coming winter. When Tyrion emerged into the yard, Sansa was waiting, her face bright in the morning sun. Busy as ever, she teased, linking her arm with his as they walked the perimeter of the yard. Always. And not only with coin? There's a raven from Gendry. He sent copper and iron from the Stormlands and asks if we'll send our new barley seed in exchange. Asha Greyjoy offers saltfish for wood, and the Vale wants to know if they can send 24 fosterlings next year, not one. I suppose we are the new place for second sons. Sansa smiled. Let them come. They'll learn something here: honor, loyalty, patience, even a bit of stubbornness. Then Miss Shand. And a little wine, Tyrion said, making her laugh. They strolled through the market, pausing to speak with a baker's son who had fashioned tiny direwolves from honeyed dough. Sansa bent to admire them, buying two and pressing one into Tyrion's hand. The crowd parted for her, but not with fear, only respect and pride. Tyrion watched her, thinking how far she had come, and how much she had given to her people. He finished his treat as they entered the Godswood. Sansa knelt briefly before the heart tree, her breath rising in the cool air. Tyrion stood by, head bowed. When she rose, she looked not back toward the castle, but to the wild hills beyond. There's talk of another cold winter, she murmured. But the harvest was good. We are ready. Tyrion nodded. If winter is harsh, we endure. If it is mild, we give thanks. The North is not afraid of the dark. Sansa brushed a leaf from his shoulder. Neither am I. Not anymore. The peace they had built rippled outward, a tide washing over old hatreds and ancient grudges. Clans that once raided each other's herds now shared pastures and festivals. The wildlings, long feared as monsters, sent their own singers and traders to the market each month. Tormund's daughter, a fierce young woman with hair the color of fire, ran a smithy near the inner gate, her laughter echoing down the lane. Even a few Ironborn, drawn by the promise of work and fair treatment, settled along the river, bringing their boatcraft and stormy tales. In the evenings, the hall was bright with fire and song. Jon Snow, who visited as often as his duties at the Wall allowed, told stories of the far north and the wildlings who roamed there in peace. Aria's letters arrived by raven, wild accounts of islands and storms and strange animals in distant seas. Gendry came for the winter feast, his arms full of gifts, hammered candlesticks, finely wrought brooches, a new lock for the master-at-arms door. Sam sent books, and Lady Mormont's nephews and nieces filled the hall with their jests and challenges. The children of Winterfell, some born of lords and ladies, others the offspring of free folk or distant kin, were raised together. They learned to fight, to read, to trade, and most of all, to listen. Sansa herself taught the girls and boys of every rank, weaving lessons of the past with hope for the future. Tyrion, for his part, ensured there were always more books, more games, more challenges of wit and memory. One night, as a slow rain pattered the high windows, Sansa and Tyrion sat with Brienne, Jon, and Gendry by the fire. The topic turned, as it often did, to legacy. "Will they remember what we did?" Jon asked quietly, tracing a finger through the condensation on his mug. Tyrion lifted his cup. "They'll remember that we survived, and that we did more than simply endure. We made something new. They'll remember you, Jon, for giving peace to the wall. They'll remember Sansa for making peace mean something more than just a truce." "Done." Sansa's eyes shone with the firelight. "And they'll remember you, Tyrion, for teaching the North that wisdom is as precious as strength." Brienne smiled, quiet and sure. "They'll remember that we were a family, not of blood, but of choice. That winter came early and fierce, but the North was ready. Grain stores, wood piles, and salted meats kept the people warm and fed. The sick were tended in new halls built with the advice of Sam's maesters. The old and young gathered by the fire, sharing tales and keeping the long nights short. A blizzard in the deep of winter stranded a dozen travelers at the gate. Southerners, merchants from the Reach, their wagons stuck in the drifts. Sansa ordered the gates thrown open, her hall made ready. They entered, wary but grateful, and by the time the storm passed, their fears were forgotten, replaced by awe at the warmth and laughter of Winterfell's hearth. One evening, Sansa sat in her solar, penning a letter to Arya, when Tyrion entered with a small box. He set it before her, his smile a secret. "What is it?" she asked, her eyes curious. "Something old, made new." He opened it to reveal a ring, silver and iron, set with a small carved weirwood leaf, a token for the queen who never broke. She took it, her hands trembling a little. "It's beautiful, Tyrion." He held her gaze. "It is for you, Sansa, for all you have given, for all you have become. Men." She slid it onto her finger, and the two sat together in the quiet, the fire crackling, the snow falling outside. By the time the snows melted and the rivers swelled, word had spread of Winterfell's kindness and prosperity. The South sent more envoys, sometimes seeking alliance, sometimes simply to learn. Bravos, Pentos, even distant Volantis sent gifts. Samwell Tarly's new order of healers made Winterfell their northern seat, drawing scholars and physicians from every corner of the world. The summer that followed was one of festivals and marriages. A daughter of the free folk wed a son of House Glover, two boys of the market square, one wildling, one Manderly, made vows in the Godswood, their hands clasped before Sansa and the Heart Tree. Each union celebrated not just love, but the future they were building. Sansa and Tyrion presided over it all, hand in hand at the council, at the feasts, in the Godswood and along the walls. The children called them Queen and Hand, but in the evenings by the fire, they were only Sansa and Tyrion, speaking of dreams, worries, and memories. Years flowed past like the river, slow, inexorable, full of new stories. Some friends aged, and some were lost, but always more came to take their place. The gates of Winterfell never closed, not to any who sought refuge, counsel, or hope. In the twilight of her reign, Sansa stood once more upon the battlements, Tyrion at her side. They watched the young ones, some with wolf's blood, some not, running in the grass below. "We have done well, haven't we?" she murmured, voice low with wonder and relief. Tyrion squeezed her hand. "Better than any would have dreamed. The world remembers its wounds, but you taught it how to heal." "Exile." She smiled, tears bright in her eyes. "I could not have done it alone." "Nor I," he replied. "But together, we built something that will endure." Below them, Winterfell shone in the last light, a living memory, a beacon of what could be. And as the seasons turned and new stories began, their legacy grew, written not in stone or sword, but in the hearts of all who called the North their home. The slow turning of the seasons marked time in the North with a clarity all its own. With every cycle of snow and sun, the land and its people changed, growing, enduring, always remembering. The peace Sansa had forged grew roots deeper than any banner could reach. Every new harvest was a victory, every child born in Winterfell, a promise that all the blood and hope poured into the stones would echo for generations. The castle itself was alive with new voices. The kitchens bustled from before dawn until late into the night. The clang of the forges drifted from the yards, and the old library, restored and expanded with Samwell's help, rang with laughter and the soft turning of pages. In every corner, the mingled accents of wildlings and Northmen, Reachmen and free folk, braided into the living music of a new era. One morning in early spring, Sansa walked through the dew-damp Godswood, feeling the world wake around her. A knot of children, some with brown skin from the summer isles, others with the pale eyes of Skagos, sat cross-legged at the roots of the heart tree, listening in awe as Tyrion recited a story. He'd chosen a Braavosi tale, full of clever tricksters and wordplay, and the children shrieked with laughter as he mimed a fat merchant tripping over his own silks. When he finished, the children scampered off toward the kitchens, chasing the smell of honey cakes. Sansa lingered, watching the sunlight shift across the weirwood's face. Tyrion stood beside her, brushing leaves from his sleeve. "You've become quite the favorite," Sansa said, a warm pride in her tone. He shrugged. "I have a gift for foolishness, and I can make a pie vanish with one hand, which helps." She linked her arm through his, and together they wandered the paths. "Sometimes I forget how many scars this place hides," she said quietly, glancing up at the towers and their flags. "The ghosts grow quieter every year." Tyrion nodded. "They watch, but not with anger. With approval, I'd wager. You have done what kings and conquerors could not. You have made the North whole, and you've made it kind." That afternoon, the council met in the Solar. It was a large and lively gathering. Wyman Manderly's grandsons, now young men, argued over port tariffs with Ricasso, the Braavosi master of coin. Lady Mormont, older but just as sharp, proposed more silver for new mines at Deepwood Motte. Brienne, armored in blue, reported on the roadworks along the King's Road and the safety of the wildling villages. Jon Snow, his face lined by years in the cold, joined by Raven. His news from the Wall was good. The wildlings north of the Wall have settled peacefully. They've asked for seed, not steel. They send their thanks and their promise to watch the forests as our eyes. Well, Tormund, who had taken up residence in Winterfell for the summer, slapped the table in approval. "That's the free folk way. Help when it's needed. Fight when it's not. There's more grain in the gift than I've seen in 20 years. Sansa presided with calm confidence, resolving disputes, delegating tasks, always listening. She guided the council not by force, but by conviction. A soft word here, a smile there, a question asked that made lords pause and consider. Tyrion, as always, nudged the meeting along. "If there is peace on the Wall, let us turn our minds to the south. The Vale asks for an autumn fair. The Riverlands want to send students to our library. They want to steal our secrets," Tormund grumbled. "They want to learn our ways," Sansa corrected gently, smiling. "We will send our best teachers to meet them halfway." The next month saw Winterfell busier than ever. Caravans came and went, bringing spices and wool from the west, rare seeds from the south, and books and inks from Old Town. The forges glowed late into the night. Children, some orphaned by the wars, others sent by southern lords, trained in the yards with Brienne and the new captain of guards, a free folk woman named Rika D.G. The kitchens became a hub for every kind of stew, pasty, and pie. Even the wolf dogs, once wary, had grown fat and happy on table scraps and affection. One crisp morning, Arya's raven arrived, this time from the Jade Sea. She had written of new lands, of a city made entirely of bridges, of strange fish that leapt from the water at dusk. Her letter ended, as always, with a single promise. I will come home when the wind turns cold again. Gendry arrived, not long after, with news of Storm's End and the changing south. Cersei grows weaker. The Reach fights itself. Gendry's men, the old Baratheon banners, guard the roads. King's Landing is tired of war. They speak of your laws, Sansa, as if they were spells. It seems the world envies the North at last. Sansa listened to all, weighed every word, and made her choices with the same care she had once reserved for dreams. At midsummer, a festival was held in the castle yard. Jugglers from Bravos danced on barrels. Wildling boys and girls raced the sheep. Lady Mormont judged the baking contest. And Jon Snow, home at last, lost a wrestling match to Tormund before a crowd roaring with laughter. Tyrion presided over a contest of wits, giving riddles to every child who dared the high table. At dusk, as lanterns glowed in the apple trees, Sansa walked with Tyrion beneath the boughs. She watched the fires, the games, the mingling of faces that once would have only glared or drawn steel. You have given them more than peace, Tyrion said quietly. You have given them joy. She smiled. You helped me see what was possible, and you made sure I never forgot who I was. He looked at her, his own eyes bright. You were always more than the song said. Sansa took his hand. Promise me you'll be here as long as you can. I cannot imagine Winterfell without you. I will not leave you, he said simply. Not for all the gold in Casterly Rock, nor for all the books in Old Town. They stood beneath the heart tree, lanterns flickering, and the silence between them was the easy hush of true friendship, forged in hardship, now flowering in peace. The years went on. Old friends faded. Wyman Manderley died full of honors, mourned by all the North. Lady Mormont passed her title to her niece, fierce as she had been. Brienne, older now, still trained the guards, but also told stories by the fire, her legends growing with every telling. Jon Snow visited less as winters grew colder, but his letters came often, and sometimes he sent wolves south, cubs born in the snow, to remind Sansa that her house would never be forgotten. Tyrion grew slower, his hair whitening, his laughter just as quick. When the work of the day was done, he would sit in the library, teaching children their letters or walk the walls at dusk, always a kindly word for those he passed. He became known as the Wise Hand, the lion among wolves, a man whose past was forgiven because of all he gave. Sansa's hair too grew streaked with silver. She was a grandmother now, but her voice in council was never less than clear. She saw to it that no child went hungry, that no law was passed without justice, and that the North's memory, its stories and its wounds, was never allowed to fade. She and Tyrion walked together each morning, and at night they spoke of the old days, the battles they had survived, and the joy that lingered in their twilight. When Sansa grew ill one winter, the whole castle hushed. The halls were quiet, fires burning bright in every hearth, children and grandchildren waiting for word. Tyrion sat by her bedside, holding her hand through fever and dream, whispering stories of the South and all the hope they had brought north. When the fever passed and Sansa woke, she smiled at him through tears. You have always been here, Tyrion. You never left. I had nowhere else to be, my queen, and no wish to be elsewhere. In the days that followed, the North rejoiced. Songs were sung, bells rang, and Sansa took her place again on the high seat, Tyrion at her side, laughter and memory alive around them. Long after, when their hair had whitened and their steps grown slow, Sansa and Tyrion walked the Godswood one last time. The trees were thick with spring, the heart trees face soft with moss, the air alive with the singing of children, descendants of Starks and Wildlings, southern lords and free folk, all running together through the grass. Sansa rested her hand on the heart tree's trunk, feeling the thrum of sap, the memory of every joy and pain. This will last, she whispered, no matter what comes. Tyrion nodded, tears in his eyes. We made a home here, and a future. Let's Dixuni. They walked back toward the castle, the towers shining in the sunset. In every window, a story waited to be told. a world made new through mercy, wisdom, and the stubborn hope that the North would always remember. And so it did. As seasons passed, the tale of Queen Sansa and her wise hand lived on, a light in every dark, a promise in every heart that called the North their home. Owen K. Odanen Eshe Tiandabal. Years drifted by with the calm confidence of a river that has learned to flow around every stone. The North seasons grew gentle, then harsh again, but through them all, the realm's strength did not waver. Sansa's reign was measured in peace. Not a peace of silence, but of lively market days, honest quarrels, and fair resolutions. Friendships forged across boundaries once marked in blood. In those years, Winterfell stones took on new life with each generation. The outer walls were doubled, the towers re-roofed in slate brought from Skagos and quarried from the mountains of the Vale. The old crypts were expanded, some for the honored dead, others to house books and records of a new North that was eager to remember both its sorrows and its triumphs. The castle never closed its gates to the hungry or the wayward, and the kitchens grew famous all the way to Old Town for their rich stews, brown bread, and sharp cheese. The Godswood, ever wild, now contained gardens of wildflowers and rare herbs, tended by maesters and wildlings alike. In every glade, children learned to ride, to climb, to tell the old stories. The heart tree watched over them with silent approval, its red eyes forever open. Tyrion's silver hair and Sansa's soft streaks of white were worn with pride. Both grew slower, but never idle. Tyrion taught the castle's youngest how to read and add, how to think before they spoke and to listen before they judged. He told tales of the South and of his own wild youth, sometimes shading the truth, always in service of a laugh or a lesson. Sansa spent mornings in the council chamber, her voice gentle but never uncertain. She walked the fields, helped at harvest, blessed every marriage in the Godswood with a smile and a prayer. Her grandchildren, some with her Tully hair, some as dark as Ned, some wild as Arya, grew up at her feet, asking stories of the Dragon Queen, the wildlings, the old wars, never knowing fear. One morning in the castle yard, the bells rang for a delegation from King's Landing. Sir Garland Tyrell rode at their head, his green and gold cloak bright in the sunlight. Behind him rode a dozen reachmen and 2 Dorne-born envoys, a testament to the new alliances forming in the south as Cersei's rule waned and young lords and ladies began to rebuild their own shattered lands. Sansa greeted them with a host of banners. Her council, Tyrion, now leaning on a carved cane, Lady Ricca of the Free Folk, her hair in braids, Maester Allen, wise and grey, Brienne, always at her side, waited in welcome. The southern guests were shown every courtesy, rooms in the newly rebuilt East Tower, a feast in the Great Hall, a place at the council table where their voices were heard, but never allowed to overshadow the northern lords. Over roast duck and plum wine, the talk was open and honest. Garland offered trade and friendship, with the blessing of the Reach's new lady, Marguerite Tyrell. The Dorne envoys, bright-eyed and clever, proposed a festival in the next year, a gathering of all the kingdom's children to learn together, to race and play, and share their songs. Sansa accepted, and the promise was sealed with a dance beneath the banners, the old and the new hour. Later, Tyrion walked the southern gardens with Garland, recalling the Reach's green fields and the laughter of the red wine twins. "Your queen has built something lasting," Garland said, admiration unfeigned. "We hope to do the same." Tyrion smiled, soft with memory. "The secret is not in the walls, but in what you allow to grow within them. Let them belong to the land, and it will never fall." The next winter was hard and long, but it broke at last. In the days after, Sansa presided over the largest wedding the North had seen in half a century, the marriage of her youngest granddaughter to a free folk chieftain's son, a boy whose laughter was like sunlight on new snow. All the realm gathered, lords from the Vale and Riverlands, wildlings and Braavosi, Tyrells and Martells, even a handful of Ironborn. The feast lasted 3 days and 3 nights, the stories and songs echoing through Winterfell until dawn. Tyrion, tired but joyous, toasted the couple with a voice that trembled only a little. "May you find in one another what the world so rarely grants, not only love but respect and understanding. May you forgive each other's tempers and laugh together at each storm." Sansa beamed, her hand on his. "That is how all peace begins. Between two people, and then two peoples, until at last the world remembers its true shape." Years folded themselves into a new era. Trade with the South became routine. Wine from the Reach, wool from the Westerlands, gold from Casterly Rock, but always on the North's terms. The river harbors grew. Villages became towns. The new library became famous for its records and scholars. Maesters from Old Town asked to study there. Braavosi scribes came to learn the old runes. Children from every kingdom attended the school that Sansa and Tyrion had founded. Wildling and Stark, Tully and Manderley, Dorne and Tyrell, all together. The council grew, each generation adding their voice. Tormund's great-grandson became a captain of guards. Asha Greyjoy's kin ran the dockyards. The bare sigil of House Mormont still watched over the island and the marches. Jon Snow, older, solitary, always welcome, visited each year, bringing word from the Wall, now less a fortress than a monument, but kept strong in memory of what had been lost. Arya's letters still came, though less often. She sent seeds and stories, gifts from the west and the far south. Sometimes she returned in secret, a ghost at the fire, always leaving before dawn. Sansa aged, but the North did not diminish. She watched her children and their children take up the burdens she once thought would crush her. She saw feasts filled with faces she could not have dreamed of as a girl, a realm woven of hope, memory, and courage. She loved the long summer evenings when she sat in the Godswood, Tyrion at her side, and listened to the children invent new tales beneath the boughs. On her final birthday as queen, Tyrion organized a great festival. The whole realm came, wool merchants, singers, smiths, wildlings, maesters, even the high lords of the South. There were speeches, gifts, games, and finally, as dusk settled, a quiet moment in the Godswood. Just the two of them. Sansa, gray and regal, her eyes as clear as ever, turned to Tyrion. "I was only a frightened girl when I first met you, lost in a city that wished me harm. I never believed I would live to see this peace or call you friend." Tyrion, his own hair white as winter, smiled. "You are the North's heart, Sansa, its hope, its voice, its memory. I am honored to have walked this road with you." They sat together, silent as the shadows lengthened, until the children's laughter called them back to the hall. And so their story passed into legend. Queen Sansa, the gentle wolf. Tyrion, the wise hand. In every song and hearth, in every child's lesson, and every marriage vow spoken under the heart tree, their names were honored. Their peace was not always easy, nor perfect, but it was lasting, and it was true. Winter would come again, as it always must, but so too would spring, and the North, once broken, now endured, whole, wise, and full of light, the memory of two friends and all they had built together shining through the ages, as sure and steadfast as the walls of Winterfell itself. Ka. Beneath the steady turning of seasons, the peace that Sansa Stark and Tyrion Lannister had planted took root so deeply that to children born in the age of banners and bounty, war was little more than a whispered ghost in the tales of old men. The North became known not just for its cold or stubbornness, but for its stubborn decency, a land where no child went hungry, where every hall welcomed strangers in winter, and where lords and wildlings alike knelt before the heart tree at marriages and births. Winterfell's walls, once battered by fire and betrayal, stood higher and prouder, ringed by gardens and granaries, flanked by the laughter of children. The market thrived, the forges clanged day and night, and ships rode the white knife up from White Harbor, their holds heavy with Braavosi silks, Mirish glass, and barrels of cider pressed from the new orchards in the hills. In the high solar, sunlight spilled through colored glass onto Sansa's worktable. Her hair, thick with silver, was plaited with ribbons of red and white, her eyes still clear as mountain water. Tyrion, slower now, but as sharp as ever, sat across from her, ink staining his long fingers, his smile sly and secret. Today, as on many days, the table was covered in letters. reports from Manderley's heirs on the thriving salt trade, ledgers from the new master of coin, notes from the citadel, and invitations, one from Lord Edric Dane to tour his new vineyards, another from the Dothraki merchant who had settled with his family in Skagos, offering a cask of spiced mare's milk for the queen's table. Sansa looked up as the door opened, and two young girls, her great-granddaughters, one dark as a Baratheon, one pale as a Stark, hurried in. They bore flowers and a scroll, giggling, their voices chiming. "We have news from Arya," the taller girl cried, waving the scroll. Sansa smiled and drew them close, breaking the seal with practiced hands. Tyrion leaned forward, curiosity alive in his eyes. The letter was full of wild wonders. Of a summer land far to the west where the forests glowed blue at dusk, of an isle where the people wore no shoes and sang to the sea, of a new boat, of storms survived and friends made. At the end, Arya had drawn a wolf's head and written, in a hand grown careful but untamed, "I will come home soon. I always do." Sansa touched the page to her cheek. "Your Aunt Arya has sailed farther than anyone in the tales," she told the girls. "And she always finds her way to us." "Will she bring dragons?" the smaller one asked. Tyrion grinned. "No more dragons in this world, little one. Only brave girls and clever wolves." The girls giggled, pressing close to Sansa, who hugged them tight. Outside, the autumn sun shone on a courtyard bustling with preparations. The annual harvest fair was about to begin, a tradition grown grander with each passing year. Tents sprouted like bright toadstools on the green, sellers of wool and silverwork, singers from the free folk, jugglers and cooks and children in painted masks. Tyrion and Sansa walked arm in arm through the fair. Lady Ricca of the free folk showed off a bear-pelt cloak she'd made herself. Lord Gendry's daughter supervised the tilting matches, her voice carrying even above the crowd. Brienne, hair all white, sat beneath an awning telling stories of old quests, surrounded by a circle of wide-eyed children. At the baker's stall, Tyrion sampled a pie, eyes closing in pleasure. "The North improves itself with every generation," he declared, "especially in the kitchen." Sansa smiled, accepting a cup of honeyed cider from a vendor. "And every new face brings something better. This is what I wished for in the darkest nights. Not vengeance, but belonging." Denounced. They watched the dancing, the wildling flutes and northern fiddles blending, the free folk and Starks, Vale and Manderley, all joined in a round that circled the market square as the sun dipped. That night, after the feasting, Tyrion and Sansa sat in the godswood, lanterns bobbing from the lower branches, the heart tree's leaves whispering in the breeze. "I sometimes wonder if the peace we made will last when we are gone," Sansa said, voice soft as the moss underfoot. Tyrion regarded her, eyes as bright as ever. "Peace does not live in banners or castles. It lives in the memory of kindness, the habit of listening, and the children who have never known fear. That is your gift to the North, to all of us." She touched his hand. "You helped me build it." He chuckled. "I only slowed you down when you tried to run too fast, or nudged you on when you were too cautious. The right hand for the right queen." She squeezed his fingers. "And the best friend I could have asked for." The days darkened, then grew bright again as the years passed. The North sent out teachers and healers, its scribes recording the stories of every clan and family, its judges settling disputes with fairness unknown in the wider world. The market square became the heart of a city, and Winterfell's courts rang with the voices of children from every corner of the realm. Gendry's smithies in the south forged new chains for the citadel and fine swords for the queen's guard. The free folks' crafts and songs spread far beyond the wall. When storms battered the coast, the Ironborn sent their fastest longships with aid and grain, their banners flown side by side with the direwolf. Sansa's council changed with the seasons. Young women and men, born after the wars, rose to serve as justices, captains, and envoys. A few bore the old names, Stark, Mormont, Umber, but others came from humble origins, fosterlings raised in the hall, wildlings from the gift, brave sea traders who stayed for love or friendship. Tyrion grew frail, but he never lost his wit or his gentle stubbornness. He read to children by the fire, played savas with the maesters, and on cold days would sit wrapped in furs by Sansa's side, giving counsel or simply sharing silence. Sometimes Arya would appear, sudden as a snowstorm, laughing at the door, her hair wild and eyes bright, always bringing tales and strange gifts. The family would gather, Sansa, Tyrion, Gendry, Brienne, Jon, if he could be spared from the wall, and the hall would ring with laughter and stories old and new. One winter's night, as snow fell thick and slow, Sansa and Tyrion sat together in the godswood, cloaked in heavy furs, watching the candles flicker at the heart tree's roots. Sansa's voice was wistful. "What will they say of us, Tyrion, when we are dust and only names in the songs?" Tyrion, frail but undiminished, squeezed her hand. "They will say you ruled with an open heart, that you remembered every sorrow and turned it into hope, that you made peace last longer than war." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "And you, what will they say of you?" He smiled, lines deepening at his eyes. "That I learned at last what home could mean, that I loved and was loved, that I laughed to the very end." Sansa wept quietly, but her tears were of gratitude, not grief. In the silence, the heart tree's leaves whispered above them, and somewhere inside the castle, children sang to welcome the new spring. Sansa lived to see another harvest, another festival, another wave of children learning the old stories and inventing their own. Tyrion's last days were peaceful. He died in his sleep, the lion pin on his breast and a letter to Sansa at his side, full of jokes, thanks, and a final benediction for the North. The day he was buried beneath the heart tree, the whole realm mourned. A funeral attended by every lord and fisher, every wildling and maester, every child who had ever known his stories. Sansa stood beside his grave, surrounded by kin and friends, and spoke of all he had given, not just to her, but to everyone who called the North home. Seasons passed. Children grew. The song of Winterfell's peace endured, woven into the banners and books, the laughter and feasts, the just laws and open doors. And whenever the snow fell thick, and the winds howled at the gates, the North remembered, not just the queen who never broke, but the hand who had helped her build a world where hope was as common as the winter wind, and just as bracing. So ended the tale of Sansa and Tyrion. But the North's story was only beginning. As long as Winterfell stood, as long as laughter and kindness echoed beneath the heart tree's boughs, their legacy was alive, a home that welcomed all, and a memory that would never fade. In the years that followed Tyrion's passing, Winterfell's halls grew no less lively, but a subtle hush of reverence clung to every new stone laid in his name. The castle's children, born of Starks and Wildlings, Braavosi and Bear Islanders, Ironborn and even Dothraki, now learned their letters in the Wise Hand's Hall, a great vaulted chamber beside the old library, where Tyrion's cane and wolf-headed pin hung above the dais. It was said that if you solved a riddle in the hall, good fortune would follow you all your days. Sansa herself visited often, her steps measured but her presence unshakable. Her hair, now white as the frost that capped the castle's towers, fell in a single plait down her back, and her voice, worn soft by time but steel at its core, remained a beacon to all who lived in her realm. Age had slowed her gait, not her mind. Every morning she presided at council, every evening she shared supper with her kin and wards, and in every season she made her rounds through village, field, and harbor. Her eyes missed nothing. Her smile still had the power to make even Lady Mormont's grandson stand straighter and speak plain. The world beyond the North still shifted, sometimes restlessly, sometimes in silence. Casterly Rock passed to a distant Lannister cousin, and a new lordling in the Reach tried, and failed, to claim more trade than his due. Braavos and Old Town vied for who would send the brightest maester north each year. Storm's End prospered under Gendry's descendants, and Dorne's envoys rode each summer to trade with the North, and learn its new customs of shared rule. But for all its peace and abundance, the North was never without challenge. One spring, a fever swept through the lower villages. Sansa ordered the roads kept open, and sent healers with stores of honey and willow bark. The sick were brought to Winterfell, where the old god's wood became a camp for the afflicted. Maesters and wildling herbwives worked side by side, and when the fever passed, not a soul in the north could doubt the strength of unit, nor the queen's care. Another year, a blizzard blocked every road for weeks. The castle's reserves, grain, smoked fish, dried fruit, were distributed to every house by the queen's order. Sansa herself rode on the last sledge to Deepwood Motte, greeting each household, sharing warmth and news, bringing with her not only food but the reminder that no family in her realm was ever alone. As time wound on, the great wheel of life spun with fresh faces and new beginnings. Children who had learned their first words at Tyrion's knee now came of age and took up roles across the realm. Sansa's youngest granddaughter, Mira, rode to Skagos to study their rare herbs. Her nephew Branrick learned the law from Lady Ricca and was made the youngest judge in Bear Island's history. The children of Arya, wild and fleet, led hunting parties into the hills and returned with stories that would become legend. Arya herself, ever the wanderer, never stayed more than a season. But every year she returned, bringing rare seeds and even rarer tales of distant ports, sea monsters, islands where the sun never set, and peoples who lived beneath the waves. She never lost her wild joy at seeing Sansa, nor her habit of leaving with a whisper and a hug before dawn. Gendry visited with his children every other spring, teaching the smiths and judging the archery contests at the midsummer fair. Jon Snow, gray-haired, quiet, always steady, continued his annual rides down from the Wall, bringing news of the high wild, of wolves and the wind, and always a new wolf pup for the children of Winterfell. As her years drew to their close, Sansa began to pass more of her duties to the council and her descendants. Yet no one doubted the heart of the North still beat in her chest. The old feasts grew even larger, the summer games wilder, and the Winterfell library grander. The Queen's hand could still be seen in every act of mercy, every judgment rendered, every open door. One late autumn, the Queen called the realm's children together in the Godswood. The leaves were falling thick, red and gold, and the air was full of the promise of snow. Sansa stood before the heart tree, leaning on a staff carved with runes and crowned with a wolf's head. Her great-grandchildren clustered around her feet. Apprentices and maesters stood at the edge of the crowd. Free folk and northern lords, Braavosi and Dornish, all gathered in a hush of anticipation. She spoke to them of the past, the wars, the winters, the friends lost and found again. She spoke of Tyrion, of Jon, of Arya and Brienne, and all who had helped build this new world. She told them that courage and cleverness, compassion and memory were the true heart of the North. And remember this above all, she said, her voice steady and clear. No victory is ever won alone, nor any hope kindled in isolation. The North endures not because of walls or swords, but because of the love we hold for each other, and the will to make a home that welcomes all. The children listened with wide eyes, and when she finished, they broke into applause, laughter, and the happy chaos of youth. That night, the torches blazed bright in every window, and songs rose from every hall. Sansa, weary but content, watched from her tower as the light spilled across the stones and out into the wild, wintry dark. When at last the Queen in the North grew too tired to rise, the council gathered at her bedside. Arya was there, her hand in her sister's. Jon and Gendry sat nearby, and Mira read a tale from the old records, while the youngest children listened in the hush. Maesters, wildling healers, and lords of every house took turns at her side. Sansa's last words were a blessing, a prayer to the old gods and the new for unity, courage, and peace. Let the North remember. Let the North endure. Let the love we built last longer than these stones, and let every child know they belong. 9. In the morning, the bells tolled, and all the realm wept. Sansa was laid to rest beneath the heart tree beside her kin, and beside Tyrion, whose grave was never without fresh flowers or small tokens. A child's riddle, a wolf's tooth, a letter from a grateful student. But the North did not falter. The council, lulled by Meera, by Branrick, by the wildlings and Braavosi and Stark kin, continued her work, building on the foundation she and Tyrion had laid. The Wise Hands Hall overflowed each winter with students. The Heart Tree watched over new weddings, new harvests, new dreams. Every year, on the day of Sansa's passing, the people of Winterfell gathered in the Godswood, sharing stories and songs, promising once more to remember. And in the memory of every hearth, from Skagos to White Harbor, from Bear Island to the Wall, the legend of the Queen who never broke, and the hand who laughed away the darkness, endured. Their love and wisdom, their courage and hope, became the song of the North, a song that would never be forgotten as long as the Heart Tree stood and Winterfell's walls kept out the cold. Thus ended one age and began another. And so the North, wise and gentle, stubborn and kind, remained a beacon in the world, its light undimmed by time, its doors always open to those who needed hope. After Sansa's passing, as the snows receded and spring poured new life into the wild heart of the North, Winterfell's banners hung at half-mast for a fortnight. Yet, grief did not choke the realm. Instead, it mingled with gratitude, as folk from every corner brought tributes. Flowers for the Heart Tree, candles for the Queen's crypt, woven flags of wolf and weirwood, and strange, bright dyes from far lands in memory of a reign like none before. Meera Stark was first to kneel at the foot of the Heart Tree after her grandmother was laid to rest. Her hair, black as midnight with a single bright streak of silver, fell over her shoulders as she pressed her brow to the rough bark. Branrick knelt at her side, quiet, steady, his eyes blue-gray like the mists above the marshes, the runes of Bear Island carved on the haft of the staff he carried. Around them, every child and lord, wildling and merchant, maester and healer, did the same, so that the old Godswood held a hush that felt as deep and endless as the snows that once threatened to bury the world. The Queen who had made Winterfell a home for all was gone, but her spirit lingered in every leaf, every torch-lit hall, every law spoken with kindness before strength. The next day, as the council gathered in the solar, the dawn's light seemed sharper, clearer, a sign, many said, that Sansa watched them still. Meera presided at the high seat, her voice quiet but commanding. Around her, the council was a tapestry of north and south, wildling and riverlander, ironborn and Braavosi. Lady Rikke, her braids wound with shells and iron, spoke for the free folk. Branrick, Bear Island's judge, wore furs and leather. Ricasso kept the books of trade and coin, and Maester Lyra, born in Dorne, took notes in a flowing hand. "We are many, but we are one realm," Meera began. "We have lost our queen, but not our way. We remember her laws, her lessons, and most of all, her heart." She looked to the end of the table, where Tyrion's old seat stood empty, save for a vase of wild flowers and the wolf-headed cane. The loss was keen, but his memory was everywhere. In the riddles children whispered, in the councils that debated with wit and laughter, in the Wise Hands Hall where girls and boys argued over books and logic puzzles. News came from all corners. Gendry's sons sent word from Storm's End, peace still held in the south, and trade ships from Lys and Pentos, now called regularly at White Harbor. Arya, somewhere far at sea, had sent a hawk's feather and a letter full of marvels and longing. "I'll come home when the wind turns again," she wrote, and every child in Winterfell whispered those words as a promise. Jon Snow, older now, but always a Stark, sent ravens with news of wolves and wildlings, of new settlements on the edge of the haunted forest, and always a reminder that the North's borders were watched by more than just men. The council resolved to mark the anniversary of Sansa's passing each year as the Day of Remembrance. A feast for all, the gates flung open, the Heart Tree decked in garlands and lanterns, every hall echoing with music and tales. Seasons cycled. Meera ruled with the same blend of mercy and resolve that had defined her grandmother. The council swelled with new faces, children of the first fair, of the fosterlings who'd grown up together under Sansa's peace. Every autumn, 100 harvest festivals bloomed in villages and towns, Every spring, the midsummer fair drew merchants and minstrels from beyond the seas. The old animosities faded as free folk married Northmen, and wildlings found their voices at court, rising to positions of honor and trust. The Wise Hands Hall continued to flourish. Young minds came from all corners. A red-haired girl from Skagos, a boy from the sands of Dorne, twins born to an iron-born trader and a Bravosi scribe. They learned the stories of the North and wrote their own. They debated justice and sang songs at the fire. The riddles left by Tyrion became a test of wit and a rite of passage for every child who called Winterfell home. In the great hall, the walls were hung with tapestries. Old battles, new peace, scenes of markets and feasts, a lion and a wolf sharing a cup beneath the boughs of the godswood. The castle rang with voices, old friends, young lovers, distant kin drawn home by the strength of memory. Some years brought trouble, but never despair. A drought in the western hills called for stores to be shared, and new wells to be dug. A fever on the coast was met with healers and care. In all things, Meera and her council followed the example set by Sansa and Tyrion, to meet hardship with open hands, not closed fists, to listen before judging, to remember the small folk and the lost. In time, the North's way of rule began to ripple beyond its borders. Gendry's court at Storm's End opened its gates to the poor, and the judges of Bear Island taught a new code to the Riverlord. Braavos sent envoys not just to trade, but to learn from Winterfell's laws. Even Old Town's archmaesters, once proud and distant, asked to study the council's records, for no other realm in Westeros was as peaceful or as strong. On the 40th day of remembrance, Meera, older now but unbowed, stood before the heart tree with Branrick, her own children, and a crowd of folk that filled every yard and street for miles around. She spoke of Sansa and Tyrion and the making of a new North. It was never easy. It was never quick. But every year we planted seeds, and now we reap a peace that will outlast us all. That is the gift of those who came before, and the promise we keep for those who come after. Day. That night, lanterns floated in the ponds and rivers, and music rose in the great hall, wild and sweet. Children danced in circles, lovers shared vows beneath the blossoming apple trees, and everywhere there was laughter, even as old tears were remembered and honored. Meera slipped away at midnight to the Wise Hands Hall. There, she ran her fingers over the carved names of Sansa and Tyrion, and left a new riddle for the next generation, a puzzle about courage and kindness, memory and hope. When she returned to the Godswood, the heart tree shimmered in the moonlight, and the world felt, if only for a moment, as young and full of promise as it had the day Sansa first opened Winterfell's doors to all. So the story went on, as stories do. New queens and kings would come. New challenges would rise, but always at the center was the lesson of the queen who never broke and the hand who turned pain to wisdom. They had planted a realm where all could belong, where justice grew from mercy, and where every child, whatever their blood or name, learned to call the North home. As long as the heart tree stood and the lamps burned bright in Winterfell's windows, their song lived on, a story not of thrones or crowns, but of hearts brave enough to love and wise enough to remember. And so, through every season, the North endured, steadfast and open, scarred and hopeful, a home remade for every soul who would cherish it. K.A.D. Dolmy. In the quiet dawn after the 40th day of remembrance, Winterfell lay hushed beneath a fine mist. Dew silvered the stones and grass, and the banners overhead hung still in the windless air. Meera Stark, now long a queen in her own right, stood at her grandmother's window and watched the sun climb over the Godswood, lighting the heart tree's pale face. The scent of baking bread and ripening apples floated up from the kitchen yards, blending with the tang of new-washed earth. The world outside the North shifted and spun as ever. Southern lords vied for power, new banners rose in the riverlands, and Dorne's envoys whispered of caravans traveling as far as the Golden Empire of Yi. Yet all who crossed the neck for the first time were struck by the sense of calm, an order born not of fear, but of a gentle, unshakable resolve that belonged only to the North. The children of Winterfell woke early that morning. In the Wise Hands Hall, a dozen boys and girls pored over books and riddles, practicing the art of argument and the courtesy of listening. On the green, older girls sparred with the guards and Brienne's descendants, whose blue cloaks now bore the silver wolf of House Stark beside the golden tree of Tarth. The kitchens bustled with song, the market swelled with merchants from 3 continents, and lanterns from Bravos and Pentos glimmered among the northern stalls. Mira's council was assembled by mid-morning. She entered to find Branrick presiding over a debate between Lady Ricka's youngest and Ricasso's apprentice, a red-haired girl from Tyrosh, about a new toll for the White Knife's western bank. Maester Lyra kept notes, her dark Dornish eyes alert. A Bravosy trade factor read the minutes aloud for the hearing impaired, while wildling elders sat with arms folded, observing the proceedings with pride. When Mira took her seat, the room quieted. She wore no crown, only a simple circlet of rowan and a cloak of blue-gray wool, her hair caught back in a silver ring. Her authority was not the kind shouted or demanded, but the kind that all recognized in the way she listened, the questions she asked, the care she brought to every choice. "Lady Ricka," she said, "you have the floor." The wildling chief's voice was brisk. "The western toll should be halved for small folk. We don't build peace by taxing their bread." Ricasso countered, "But the toll funds our new bridges, my lady." Branrick nodded. "Yet, if the people cannot cross the bridge, what good is the toll?" The discussion continued, thoughtful and lively, until Mira weighed in. "Let us meet halfway. All merchants pay the full toll, but every household has a free pass twice each month. The bridges stand for all, not only for coin." Agreement rippled around the table. Another small victory, one of countless that made up the tapestry of Winterfell's new age. The day's business never ended with council. In the hours that followed, Mira oversaw a trial in the open yard, a dispute between 2 apprentices over a missing silver brooch. She listened as each spoke, then invited both to the Godswood, where they were joined by 2 elders and Maester Lyra. In the cool shade, with bird song in the air and the great heart tree watching, they spoke not just of blame, but of forgiveness. In the end, the brooch was found, and the lesson was learned. Justice was not only in the verdict, but in the way it was sought. At midday, Mira joined the market. Here, children wove through stalls, hawking sweet buns and apple cider. Free folk swapped tales with mannerly merchants, and skalds sang new ballads beside the old. The air buzzed with languages, Varian, the old tongue, the low speech of the stepstones. And everywhere, the queen was greeted with nods, bows, and sometimes simply a wave and a smile. From the steps of the Wise Hands Hall, Branrick read the day's riddle to the gathered crowd. What is it that cannot be stolen, yet can be given away? And the more you share it, the more you have. Children shouted answers, kindness, memory, a story, and Mira awarded a loaf of honey bread to each who answered true. As dusk fell, Mira wandered the Godswood alone, the hush beneath the boughs as steady as a heartbeat. At the heart tree's roots she found Arya, just returned that very morning, her hair shot with silver, her eyes as wild and merry as ever. Sneaking off already? Mira teased and Arya grinned. Only a few days, then I'm bound for Old Town. They say a merchant from Ashai has brought a map drawn on a dragon's hide. They walked together, sharing news and laughter, until Mira grew thoughtful. Do you ever wish for the old days, she asked, when everything seemed like a song or a battle waiting to happen? Arya shrugged, eyes bright. I used to, but the old days are only sweet in memory. Now when I return, I see children growing up without fear, folk of every kind breaking bread together. It was worth every sorrow to build this. None. Mira nodded, feeling the truth settle in her bones. Sometimes I wish grandmother and Tyrion could see it. They do, Arya said. Every time a child learns to read, every time a quarrel ends in laughter, every time a stranger is welcomed home, that's their work alive in us. They stood a while in silence, then parted. Arya to her journeys, Mira to the feasting hall, where fires glowed and songs soared. Winterfell seasons rolled on. New faces joined the council. New trades were struck with lands farther and farther away. The court hosted envoys from Yeti and the Summer Isles, And each year the midsummer fare was brighter, the winter feasts warmer, the wise hands' hall fuller. Some years brought hardship, a poor harvest, a harsh storm, a brief outbreak of fever, but never defeat. The North had learned to endure not just with blade and shield, but with wisdom and open hands. As her own hair grew silver, Mira took more time for walks and tales with the children of the castle. She watched them tumble in the godswood, taught them the names of trees and stars, told them of Sansa and Tyrion, Jon and Arya and Brienne, and all those whose courage had made this peace. On the 50th day of remembrance, Mira rose before the gathered folk in the great hall, her voice strong and sure. We remember those who loved this place enough to change it. They taught us that peace is not the absence of pain or want, but the presence of justice, memory, and hope. As long as we cherish these things, Winterfell will be home for every heart that seeks shelter in the storm. The cheers that rose that night seemed to shake the ancient stones. In the twilight of her years, Mira took up Sansa's habit of sitting in the godswood with the oldest children at sunset. She listened to their worries and dreams, encouraged their wildest ideas, and blessed each with the same words her grandmother had spoken. You are a part of this home, and it will always be a part of you. On her last night, as snow fell softly and fires burned bright in every window, Mira walked the castle alone. She touched Tyrion's cane in the Wise Hands' Hall, traced Sansa's name on the stone above the crypt, paused by the heart tree, and watched the stars spin above Winterfell's walls. When dawn came, she was gone, her last night spent not in sorrow, but in the quiet joy of a realm whole, at peace, and ready for whatever stories the next generation would write. So the Song of the North continued. Each new season brought its own story, but the roots ran deep. Justice and laughter, courage and kindness, memory and hope. Winterfell's walls stood fast, not just against wind and snow, but against forgetfulness, pride, and despair. Every face at the fireside, every voice raised in song or debate, every door flung open to friend or stranger. These were the living legacy of Sansa and Tyrion, Arya and Mira, and all who dared to make a home from the long winter's night. And still, when the snow fell thick on the heart tree and children gathered to hear the old tales, someone would always ask, how did the queen who never broke, and the hand who turned pain to wisdom, make the North what it is? And the answer, woven into every life and echoed in every hall, would always be, with mercy, memory, and the courage to build something new. As long as Winterfell stood, so did their hope. And as long as hope endured, so did the story, bright as fire in the dark. The years that followed Mira's last sunrise in Winterfell were gentle and golden, as if the gods themselves had blessed the North with an unhurried peace. No blizzard threatened the harvest, no war host darkened the roads. The memory of Sansa, Tyrion, and now Mira seemed to linger over the ramparts and fields like a benediction. Soft, omnipresent, unmistakable in every act of kindness, and in the laughter that echoed from the castle yards. In those days, leadership passed not by birthright alone, but by the will of the people and the counsel of the wise. Branrick, who had been Mira's right hand and judge since his youth, was chosen by acclamation, a rare and public thing, the hall brimming with cheers and songs. He accepted the wolf-headed staff not with boasts, but with a long, silent bow before the heart tree, swearing his first oaths in the godswood as Sansa had long ago. Branrick ruled as his grandmother and cousin had, by gathering voices rather than silencing them. His court was a chorus of all the North's peoples, skalds from the mountains, free-folk chieftains, maesters from Braavos, Dorne, and Old Town, wildling mothers and manderly shipwrights. His council table was as likely to host a fisher from the White Knife as a descendant of House Stark. He saw, too, the realm was changing. The children who filled the Wise Hands' Hall, where Tyrion's riddles were now inscribed on the stones, bore the hues of every southern house and every northern clan. Many spoke 2 languages, or 3. The wildling blood ran as strong in the Wolf Lord's heirs as the old northern stock. In these new faces, Branrick saw not only Sansa's hope, but Tyrion's promise. That a home was something built, not inherited, and that every child who learned the old songs was a shield against the old hatreds ever returning. The Wise Hands Hall remained the heart of the New North. On long evenings, young and old gathered at the hearth for story and song. Each year, a contest was held. Riddles, stories, poems, new laws debated, and old grievances settled with wit and laughter. The tradition was so beloved that visitors from the south would linger in Winterfell just to hear it, and once a prince from Dorne was so humbled by losing the contest that he asked to stay on as a student for the winter. Each spring, the Day of Remembrance brought the realm together. Every house sent a lantern to float upon the castle ponds, every clan a story or song to share. In the morning, children and elders alike cleaned the godswood and heart tree, stringing it with new ribbons and wildflowers. In the afternoon, Branrick presided over the courts, where the smallest grievances, missing sheep, broken carts, were heard with the same care as the great matters of trade or war. That year, Arya returned again for the festival, hair streaked with salt and wind, eyes as bright as ever. She brought with her a silk banner from the Jade Sea, sewn with a golden wolf, and tales of islands where the sea itself seemed to hum with voices. At the feast, she took a seat beside Branrick and his council. "You've done better than any queen or king I've known, cousin," she said with a crooked smile. "You let everyone be heard." Branrick's voice was quiet, but strong. "It's what Sansa and Tyrion built. The North endures because we listen." Arya raised her cup. "And because you have not forgotten how to laugh." The toast became a song, the song a round of stories, and long past midnight, Branrick walked the empty halls, lantern in hand, thinking how even the greatest victories were found in the quiet after. Yet the North was never truly without trouble. The world beyond the neck still churned. One autumn, news came of a river prince in the Trident who claimed the right to levy tolls from all who sailed the White Knife. At council, Branrick listened as lords and captains argued. The children of the hall debated with such sharpness that Branrick sent their best proposals back to the council. In the end, the North answered not with threat or gold, but by inviting the river prince to Winterfell, where he was feasted, bested at riddle and wrestling, and so won over by the realm's spirit that he returned home with laughter and new alliances, never raising the matter of tolls again. Other years, storms battered the coast, or strange travelers arrived from the east, merchants seeking dragonbone, singers with stories of far wars. Branrick opened the gates, always. Some visitors stayed and became kin, some left, but all remembered Winterfell as a place where no door was ever closed without cause. As Branrick grew older, he worked to ensure no power would ever rest in a single hand alone. He expanded the council, invited young wildling women and fisher boys to sit as witnesses, and allowed the Wise Hands Hall to draft the realm's first true charter, a list of rights and duties, of old laws and new, woven together by memory and hope. The charter was read aloud each year on Remembrance Day, first by Branrick, then by a free folk elder, a Manderly scribe, a child from the hall. Each voice wove the North's history into the present, so that no one, high or low, could claim ignorance or exclusion. The North grew. Villages along the Barrowlands became towns. A second harbor opened at Long Lake, where riverfolk traded with Skagos and even ships from far Ibben. The old wall at the edge of the world was maintained, not as a fortress, but as a monument, its watchtowers manned by the children of wildlings and night's watchmen, now united, who learned together the lessons of both peace and vigilance. Brevos, Lys, and Pentos sent scholars and minstrels, and the first students from the Summer Isles came to study healing and law. Children learned not only the Norse tongue, but the songs and stories of distant lands, and in each festival, the hall was filled with the wild, bright colors of a world grown wide and wondrous. In the twilight of his years, Branrick found himself walking the godswood more often. He traced the heart tree's roots, recalling Sansa's last words, "Let the North remember. Let the North endure." Sometimes he paused by Tyrion's wolf-headed cane in the hall, recalling the lessons that had shaped not just the law, but the hearts of all who ruled after. One winter, Branrick grew ill. The whole castle, then the whole realm, waited in quiet hope. Arya, grey now but unbowed, arrived by Raven's call and sat at his bedside. He spoke little, only asked her to tell a tale of her wildest journey, which she did, her voice low and soothing as the snow fell softly outside. In the dawn he was gone, his last words a blessing for the North, and for those who would come after. His body was laid beside Sansa and Tyrion, beneath the heart tree whose roots touched the bones of every Stark. Winterfell mourned, but did not break. The council chose new leaders, this time a free folk woman, a maester's son, and a young girl from Skagos, whose laughter was as fierce as Arya's had ever been. The Wise Hands Hall filled with new voices. The courts were led by many, not one. The lanterns for Remembrance Day stretched farther than ever, north to the Wall, south to the Dorne, east to the sea. The Heart Tree, older than any tale, watched over it all. Legends grew, of the Queen who never broke, of the Hand who made riddles of pain, of Mira, who stitched memory and mercy into the laws, of Branrick, who listened and learned and gave power back to the people. The North's story was now a tapestry, woven of many hands, many tongues, but always the same thread. Hope, stubborn as the roots of Winterfell, strong as the arms that opened every door. And so the years rolled on. Children grew. Tales changed. The world beyond the neck spun and spun. But as long as the Heart Tree stood, and the laughter of the young echoed beneath its boughs, the peace that Sansa, Tyrion, and their heirs had built would endure, unbroken, unyielding, bright as a fire on the coldest night. Ga. Undi. Unusual activity has been detected from your device. Try again later. 94,188 B73, 8,474,877 by A. Aka. Unusual activity has been detected from your device. Try again later. 9,418 add 68 and 90 B92 by an K.A. In the quiet years after Branrick's passing, the rhythm of Winterfell's life only deepened, becoming so steady and assured that travelers who arrived in the north after long journeys felt as if they were entering a world apart, a place where peace was not a fragile truce, but a living, daily practice. The new leaders chosen by council, a free folk woman named Mela, the master's son Haldan, and the Skagosi girl Ygritte, ruled not from the high seat alone, but by walking the walls and markets, listening at the doors of the sick and the stories of the old, breaking bread with fisherfolk and smiths as readily as with wildling chiefs or southern merchants. Their rule was light but omnipresent, felt most in the quiet solutions to quarrels, in the way grain found its way to the leanest villages, in the opening of new schools in every town, and the ever-brighter festival banners that stretched from the castle gate to the farthest hamlets. The Heart Tree had watched so many rulers and storms come and go, but even the oldest ravens in the rookery seemed to sense that this was an age of plenty, a fulfillment of dreams sown by those who'd gone before. Each season brought its own work and its own celebrations. In spring, the rivers burst their banks, bringing fish and new earth to the fields, and children played barefoot in the mud, cheered on by grandmothers and guards alike. In summer, all the north seemed to come alive. Night markets filled the city. The midsummer fair drew singers and traders from as far as the Jade Sea and the Summer Isles, and old rivalries, when they flared, were settled by contests of wit, not blood. Autumn was a time of labor and plenty, the castle cellars and town granaries overflowing, and the courts full of laughter and stories. Winter, still harsh, was never feared. Families gathered in longhouses, shared the warmth of memory, and listened as the Wise Hands Hall, now open in every town and many villages, echoed with the lessons and tales of Sansa, Tyrion, Mira, Branrick, and all who had woven this legacy. It was Mela, the free folk chief, who suggested that the council rotate with the seasons. Each would lead for 3 moons, then step back, letting the next guide the north. This not only kept the council nimble, it ensured that no single voice could ever again lay claim to the heart of Winterfell. Alden, with his bookish curiosity and gentle humor, led the courts in the spring, Ygritte, fierce and practical, in the summer, while Maelys calm, slow wisdom saw the people through the long nights of winter. Their shared rule quickly became legend in its own right. The markets grew wider. The scribes, once a rare sight, became as common as merchants and minstrels. The law courts became centers of learning and celebration as much as judgment, and every child was expected not only to read and reckon, but to speak at least one tongue besides their own. Even the wildest of the mountain clans and the most stubborn of Old Northmen found themselves sending daughters and sons to study in Winterfell, learning that cleverness and mercy were the new coin of the realm. The Wise Hands Hall in Winterfell, now a sprawling compound with wings for song, mathematics, healing, and debate, remained the model. But in Bear Island, Skagos, White Harbor, and the Barrowlands, smaller halls bloomed. Each bore a carving of a wolf and a lion, entwined above the door, and inside, Tyrion's oldest riddles, Sansa's most hopeful words, Mira's lessons on courage and Branrick's on humility were carved into the beams. The halls became the North's true inheritance, and their stories were as binding as law. In the years that followed, the North's peace became a beacon. From the Riverlands, children of once proud houses sought education and respite from the strife that still sometimes plagued the South. Dorne sent scholars and healers to learn the North's ways. The Iron Islands, still wild but less warlike, traded freely in furs, salt, and fish, and sent a yearly crew of orphans to Winterfell to learn and then return to teach their kin. Beyond the seas, word of the North's harmony traveled far. A ship from the Summer Isles anchored at White Harbor, its captain bringing seeds and new music, and returning home with 2 Stark-trained healers who wished to see the world. The Jade Sea's merchant princes sent envoys bearing strange perfumes and rare maps, and the townsfolk of White Harbor, once wary of all outsiders, hosted grand feasts to welcome them, teaching the old songs in return for tales of distant storms and starry nights. No year passed without some sorrow or trial, disease, failed crops, a harsh blizzard that scattered a fleet at sea, but never again did the North stand alone. Every neighboring land, seeing the North's enduring justice and kindness, sent aid as quickly as it was sought, and each season of hardship became a new story of shared labor, never of despair. As the decades lengthened, and the oldest folk who remembered Sansa and Tyrion grew frail, a new custom arose. The Festival of Stories, held every winter's end. For a week, every village in Holdfast sent their best tale spinner, their keenest riddler, their brightest young orator to Winterfell. The Wise Hands Hall became a theater, the courtyards a chorus of languages and dialects, the kitchens overflowing with dishes from every corner of the world. At night, by the great fire, elders told stories of the days before peace, of broken oaths, of lost kin, of hunger and fear. The children listened, wide-eyed, and at the end of each story would rise and speak of what they would do to keep the North whole and bright. At each festival's closing, 1,000 lanterns floated on the moat and river, bearing the names of those who'd built the realm. A light for Sansa, for Tyrion, for Mira, for Branrick, for all the queens and hands and ordinary folk who had turned pain into wisdom, hope into home. In those golden years, it was said the North was ruled by memory as much as law, by mercy as much as strength, and that every house, high or low, old or new, held a single promise above all. No one would be left to face the winter alone. In the end, the heart tree stood at the center of it all, its roots deep, its branches stretching high, its face unchanged, even as the world grew brighter. Beneath it, each new leader swore their oaths. Beside it, the newest Wise Hands Hall was built, walls bright with carved stories, gardens full of songbirds and flowering herbs, and classrooms that never emptied, not even in the coldest winter night. When Maelys' last winter drew near, she gathered Halden and Ygritte at the Heart Tree, along with all the young heirs of council and hall, students and teachers alike. Her voice was soft but carried far. We are not the end of the story. We are only the hands turning the page. Let every year bring new voices. Let every sorrow remind us why we build. Let the North remember. And they did. For another century, and then another, the halls of Winterfell rang with the laughter and debate, the songs and the riddles, of those who would never let the old darkness return. And as long as the Heart Tree watched, and the fire burned in the Wise Hands Hall, the story of the Queen who never broke, and the Lion who found a home among wolves, remained a light in every winter's night. And so it was, and so it would be, as long as memory, mercy, and hope endured. As the centuries turned, Winterfell's stones were smooth beneath 1,000 footfalls, but the castle's spirit never faded. With each passing generation, the North's story became less a chronicle of great wars or blood-stained crowns, and more a tapestry of ordinary miracles, of lives lived in the warmth of peace, of learning and laughter, and of a home rebuilt again and again by the hands of many. In the first days of the new century, the Wise Hands Hall had outgrown its original walls, sprawling now into a whole complex of courtyards and chambers, cloister gardens and heated galleries, libraries that smelled of paper and cedar, where sunlight filtered through painted glass in every season. Children of every tongue and ancestry crowded the long tables at sunrise, eager to read or to puzzle out some riddle carved in the old stones. Maesters and free folk taught side by side, and every lesson began not with a recitation of lineage, but with a story of kindness or a question about the world. The halls echoed with memory. In the south cloister, Sansa's old words were inscribed in silver leaf: "The North endures not through fear, but through hope." On the lintel above the main entrance was a riddle left by Tyrion Lannister: "What grows stronger the more it is shared?" And every year, a new child guessed the answer before the whole hall. In the north wing, Mira's lines ran like a song around the doors. Mercy is the coin of every realm, if only we dare to spend it. The smallest chamber held only Branrick's single truth, etched deep in the stone: "Listen first." The courts of the north still gathered in Winterfell each season, judges, elders, and children alike, to resolve grievances, hear tales, and pass new customs. Rulership was never the right of birth or strength alone, but an earned trust. Council seats rotated in open assembly, chosen by acclaim, debate, and the laughter that always followed a clever answer. Mael's tradition of seasonal rule endured, and each new steward took their first oath beneath the Heart Tree, swearing not to rule, but to serve. The Hall of the Wolf and Lion, its beams dark with age, its stories bright with hope, remained the heart of it all. A new festival marked the turning of each century, the Festival of Lanterns. Every citizen of Winterfell, and of every town from the Neck to Skagos, crafted a lantern from their own hand, paper, hide, glass, or shell, painted with scenes of hope, of memory, of lessons learned, and dreams yet to be. On the longest night, a river of light flowed through the city, and out across the fields, lanterns borne by children and elders alike, by free folk and river traders, by judges and cooks, by every soul who called the North home. On the first festival of the new age, a girl named Nella, barely 10, wild-haired and quick-tongued, a smith's daughter from Long Lake, stood at the center of the Wise Hands Hall, a lantern in her arms. She was asked to tell the crowd the meaning of her design, and she lifted her lamp, painted with the faces of Sansa and Tyrion, and all the wolves who came after, and spoke clear and proud: "My lantern is for everyone who taught us to listen, to laugh, to welcome strangers, and to remember. We are not one house or clan, but many, and we keep each other warm in the winter. As long as we remember, the darkness will never last." Then the crowd's applause rang long after the lanterns had drifted out upon the white knife, their colored lights mingling with the stars. The world beyond the north changed, as it always had. Kingdoms in the south rose and fell with the tides of ambition. Ships from distant lands grew more common in the harbor at White Harbor. Old rivalries sometimes flared in the far reaches of the Riverlands or in Dorne. Yet every traveler who entered the North's lands, whether by road or river, found a welcome that disarmed suspicion. Newcomers soon learned the customs. Feasts shared in every village, judgments rendered in open court, riddles and songs honored as much as arms or gold. When the sons and daughters of foreign lords came to study in Winterfell, They carried the North's traditions home: open assemblies, shared rule, the charter of rights and duties. Over generations, the North's way. Firm but kind, clever but fair, never ruled by fear. Spread outward like the roots of a tree, greening lands that had once known only fire. In the 2nd century after Sansa's reign, the oldest stories took on the glow of legend. Children heard them first in the nursery, then repeated them in the halls and the godswood, then tested them as they grew. Tales of the Red Wedding, of dragons, of wildlings, and white wolves, now came with lessons for each new era. Sansa was known as the queen who never broke, Tyrion as the wise hand who laughed at the dark, Mira as the weaver of peace, Branrick as the listener of hearts, Mela as the steward of winter, and a dozen others, their names stitched into every song. Yet there was always space for new stories, new faces. Each year, the council made it their sacred duty to add a single tale, true or hopeful, large or small, to the archives so that no season was forgotten and no person's kindness or courage left unnamed. The halls of Winterfell became a living memory, not a mausoleum of greatness, but a lantern for all. There were always trials: a lean winter when the southern fields failed and White Harbor's ships were late, a wandering band of mercenaries who needed not just work but a place to belong, a strange sickness from the east, defeated by the healers who worked side by side in every hall. These were met with the same resolve: open counsel, wise judgment, care for the weakest first, and a steady hope that had outlasted every storm before. One such trial brought a new figure to the North Center, a boy from the Summer Isles who had lost his parents at sea but had found his way to White Harbor. He was taken in by a fisherman, taught the trade, then sent to Winterfell's Wise Hands Hall to learn letters and law. His name was Koja, and before long, he was known for his clever questions and laughter. By the time he reached manhood, Koja had earned the trust of the people and the council, and when the time came for a new steward, he was chosen by acclaim. Koja's oaths beneath the heart tree, spoken in the summer tongue and in the North's own, reminded every watcher that no home is lost, so long as hope and kindness make a place for the lost to arrive. The centuries turned, but the core never changed. The Wise Hands Hall expanded again. Lanterns glowed every night in every window. The godswood grew even more tangled with life, its heart tree, older than memory, but ever watching, ever blessing. In the end, the true miracle of the North was not that it never fell, but that it learned, again and again, to rise, to forgive, to welcome, and to remember. Each story was a thread in a tapestry without end, a queen who never broke, a hand who found laughter in pain, 1,000 voices raised in counsel and song, and a home where the cold was met with fire and the darkness with light. So it was that Winterfell's peace outlasted the names of kings and queens, its walls and wise halls sheltering not just Starks or wildlings or lions in exile, but all who would live by memory, mercy, and hope. And beneath the heart tree's spreading boughs, children still gathered, lanterns in hand, to listen, to learn, and to promise. We will remember, and we will endure. For this is our home, and our story never ends.